Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. Thank you for joining us. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you guys coming in and spending some time with us as we pick up on day 5 of South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. So court was off yesterday because of President's Day. So that's why we didn't have any live court, but we did kind of an overview of what we're going to be looking at in the future. If you guys missed that, go check it out. It was a fun ending because I messed up. So hopefully that won't happen today. And we're going to do South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, day 5, the Rose Petal murder trial. So who is with us today? Dreama Landry, good morning to you. Sparkling Princess, aw, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Just wanted to say thank you for streaming this and other trials. I lurk and sometimes view the chat. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very nice. Dreama Landry. Looking forward to the defense. Yeah, what kind of defense? Remember, they didn't. The defense did not have an opening statement. Excuse me. They were going to use it for this moment right now. So we'll see what their opening statement is first and foremost. Just shows to go ya. Hello to you. Therapist, good morning. Good morning. Only fan, hello. Defense today, so excited. I know, right? Let's see what they have. Trial Junkies United. Good morning, people. Another fun-filled day of crazy people. I have something to show by Trial Junkies United. I want to show something that you sent to me, and I want to show it to you. Only fan, do you think defense will put on a case? Put up a case? We'll see. They have to do their opening statement at least. Oh, just shows to go. Yeah, that's just not right. Minus 21. Oof. Lily Wayne, good morning to you. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Okay, it just shows to go. Yeah, we will take a poll. Will the defendant take the stand? I'll get that poll up in a minute. You're in Antarctica? No. Minnesota? Or the Arctic. Hey, Carol O'Neill, how are you? Good morning to you. Hope you guys are doing well. Sandra, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Ken Rosenberg, how are you? Because the fish never fall for their lines. Good morning, Brat, how are you? Julie, hello. Shirley Roth, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Florida PI Sam, good morning to you. That's a nice good morning, everyone, from Florida PI Sam. Nan R, hello, how are you? Anja, good morning to you. Yes, just goes to show you. Just shows to go you. We will get a poll up in a moment. Let me just get through the morning here. Hey, Capri Law, welcome back. How are you? How was your birthday vacay? Irish Amy, hope everyone is doing well today. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here with us. Drunky the Bear, will the defense do that thing where they tell the judge the state hasn't proven a case and ask to dismiss? Yes, they will. They do it every time. Every time. All right, I want to, Fala. Fala with your tackle hugs. How are you today? Great to see you. Irish Amy says hello to Aaron and the kitties. Yes, we are doing well. Thank you. All right, I want to pull up this thing. Trial Junkies United sent this to me. So these are guitars for sale. And notice the... Look at the fireplace. All right, that's kind of interesting. Those are some nice looking guitars, I have to say. I would take any one of those. Right? But isn't that funny? Ibanez, Gibson, Estebans, Epiphones, Harmonies, Keith Urban, acoustic, electrics, bass. Yeah, I'll take any one of those. I think that's pretty funny. But so thank you for sending that to me, Trial Junkies United. I have no objection over that, but it's just really funny. Look at the stonework in the fireplace. That's just really funny. Fala, I wasn't able to catch up on this trial, so I have no idea what's what. All right, Fala, well, let's get you caught up. All right, so Fala, this is for you. These are the cast of characters in this tragic play. So the woman in the middle, Christina Parcell, she was stabbed 37 times. I thought it was 31, but how many times was she stabbed? She was stabbed a lot. Not 37. 35. Nope. She was stabbed a lot. Let's just suffice it to say. At first, I thought it was like 30 or 31, but it was over 30, well over 30 times, right? So, hey, Drunky the Bear, you have the same fireplace? Cool. All right, Fala, this one's for you. So, Parcell was stabbed over 30 times. She had a daughter, with the guy on the right, John Mello. Now, John Mello is a record producer. He's worked with Elton John, Neil Young, the Stones, among others. And he also had a kind of a cool punk rock restaurant, bar, venue out in California, in LA, in the 80s with his wife. And I think like the Offspring played there, and it was just a cool place to hang out. It was small, right? Then somehow, and he's also in Tuscany, so he's got a home in Tuscany, and then he's got a place in South Carolina. So he and Christina hook up, and they have a daughter who now I believe is around 9, or she was 9. Hold on, I think she was 9 in 2021. Okay, yeah, I think she was 9 in 2021. So now she's, 14 or so. So they have a child. I don't think they ever got married, but they had a bitter custody battle. So Mello at one point took the daughter to Italy, right? He basically kidnapped her. So Christina was just in this bitter custody battle with him. She eventually, through I think the Hague Accord, she was able to go to Italy and get her daughter back. And then when she came back, this guy on the left, Bradley Post, they were kind of on again, off again. And when she came back the second time from Italy with her daughter, he actually proposed to her as she was coming off the plane. So then they were kind of on again, off again as fiancés, right? So Zachary and Mello made a connection probably through music, because Zachary Hughes is a Juilliard trained pianist. And yes, therapist, I said pianist. So he's top 3% of his class at Juilliard. He was in I believe the Marines, and he wanted to enlist, but the Marines said, nope, you're too smart. You're going to come in as an officer. So he went through officers training, and he was again top 3% of his class in officers training. But he broke both of his legs like 6 months into his training, and I guess eventually, I think he wanted to come back, and they said no. Can't quite remember that, but I think he wanted to come back in, but they said no. So he just continued playing music, right? So his family was originally from California, and then they relocated to I think it was Virginia, right? And then it was him and his brother, but then his parents adopted 5 Russian kids. So then he all of a sudden had to help take care of these kids. And I think he was in his late teens or early 20s. So then he ends up down in South Carolina because somebody at a church wanted an organist, a pianist to play. They had this they had this piano, right? So they wanted somebody to come down. So that's how he made his way down to South Carolina. So that's the connection between Mello and Hughes. Then Bradley Post, on the day of this incident, Christina goes to a job interview. She works at a veterinarian's office. She's a vet tech, right? So she's currently working, but she wants to get another job. So she goes on this interview around 8:30 it starts, and she ends it at 8:47. So Bradley Post texts her or calls her, when she's getting ready, and then they talk when she's on her way. And then he calls or texts her after, maybe he didn't say when, but he says, afterwards. So maybe we'll just guess. We'll say 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever it is. She's not answering her phone. So he drives over there at like 10:57 on Ring camera. You can see his car go by, and he gets there around 11 o'clock, and he finds her, meaning Christina, in the living room. The front door is locked. He's knocking, knocking, knocking. Nobody answers. So he goes around the back because he says the back is open. He says the back door is usually open, and we find out that that's the case, but not when people are home. It was open, but when people aren't there, it's always locked. So anyway, he goes into the house. He finds Christina. He says there's blood all over, and she's passed away. Now, what complicates it, or not complicates it, what makes it even more interesting is there's a bunch of rose petals strewn all about, right? So we can pull up some of the images. So Fala, you can see what we're talking about here. There were rose petals strewn all about, but to me, it looked like it was more of a fight. Okay, so here is the scene. Let me see here. Okay, so this is, okay, so that's the couch. We're not quite sure where she was found, but that's the couch. You see this kind of shelving unit to the left. Obviously a huge pool of blood underneath the couch. Then there's a pillow, orange pillow, and you see drag marks. So they said that she was dragged. So we're still not 100% sure where this started and where it ended. But she was stabbed, and I'll pull that up next. Okay, so that kind of gives you the scene, right? Let's see. So that's that. All right, here's some rose petals. There's some rose petals that were kind of strewn about. I'm thinking, and we're thinking more, it was like maybe she had some flowers and she's like, smacking whoever's attacking her, just like doing this kind of thing. Yeah, I agree, Trial Junkies United. They should have given us a chalk outline. I need the chalk outline. Give me the chalk outline. That would have been cool. All right, so there's some petals, right? Here's that shelving unit I was talking about with her purse. So we thought, okay, there's like rose petals sprinkled all about her, and in this ritualistic kind of way, but I don't know. I think maybe it was more like she was fighting off. Okay, then here's what here's what the state has. Here's this person with what looks to be a light-colored hoodie, right? And a backpack. Now, what makes that interesting is that we have this person riding by. This person's caught on Ring camera, right? So we have that. And then Fala, this is what got us, I think. So then this is Zachary Hughes' truck, and then there's a bike, right? Hey, Butterfly Dana, how are you today? So his truck is caught on what's called a flock camera, just cameras that are set up around, catch you for speeding and whatnot around the city. So there's that. And then, let's see. Let me find, okay, now here are her wounds. So here are her wounds. So it seems like if you're right-handed, those first three in the shoulder and chest here, this is on her left side. So I mean, somebody was right-handed doing that, right? Those are the stab wounds, and the lighter gray ones are incised wounds. So that's just somebody slicing at her, right? So those are her wounds to her body, and then there are wounds to her. Okay, so that's somebody right-handed stabbing her in the front, right? And then here's the stabs to her. So again, this is on her right side, so that means maybe she was probably running away, and then that's when somebody stabs her as she's running away. Because you're not going to be stabbing like this, and you're not going to switch your hand in the middle of this fight, struggle, if you will. So those are all of that. Lovin' Two Limes, how are you? That's a cool name, Lovin' Two Limes. Very nice. Thank you for joining us. Shirley Roth, like Foodus Dulus, using a truck to ride a bike back. Yes. Lovin' Two Limes, government surveillance cameras. Yep. Fala didn't even put anything over the bike to hide it. He did not. Aw, Capri Law, thank you. I do my best. Appreciate that. Only fan, he never counted on being caught. Who does? Yeah. Oh, we even did this here. We this was fun. We did this. Let's see. All right, hold on a sec. Just a moment. All right. We even did this. All right, so we even superimposed the bike. Now this is the bike from his shed, right? This is the bike from his shed. So there you go. So that's the bike from his shed. Pretty much looks like the same bike to me. And it's a Kona, K-O-N-A, right? So that's the bike from his shed. And then there was DNA. Okay, so then there's DNA. Yep, and then there was DNA found under her nails. So, Justice Obsessed. Hello, how are you? Loving Two Limes. Love this trial and Cementili trial also. Cool. Trial Junkies United. Objection. We love dumb criminals who help law enforcement out a lot. Yes, yes, we do. Just shows to go, yeah. Follow, we learned DNA under the artificial nails is the defendants. Yep. So put it all together. It doesn't look good for Mr. Hughes right now. Joanne Jedi Platypus, thank you for joining. Very interested to hear the defense case and if the porch hobbit will testify. Right? Yep. His DNA, he's done. Well, look at Tellus, right? We were all Tellus was like, how on earth are you going to explain away the DNA? And Tellus was like, oh, it was planted. It was planted. He actually had kind of a case about that because he was going after, government officials and whatnot. What's Zach's excuse going to be? What's his defense going to be like? DNA was under her fingernails. That they're trying to frame you for what or why? Ken Rosenberg, homie's got a couple problems. Yes, he does. Drunky the Bear, ooh, that bike trick was snazzy. Yes. My mad Photoshop skills coming into play. Fala, has Cementili gotten to the actual deletion part yet? We haven't gotten to Austin. We're still waiting to hear from Chris Austin and then, of course, Robert Baker. Those are going to be the big ones, so we can't wait for that. Trial Junkies United, don't forget to tell Fala about the naked description of Detective Wolf. That's right. Yes. He said, okay, so Zachary Hughes then was up in this, he went away like he went about an hour north of the city, and he said it was so isolated that you could be naked. You could be naked walking around. It's funny. Young Black Economist, hey, good morning to you. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us today. Love in Two Limes. How does the defendant know Mello? We're not 100% sure. He did some yard work for him because there was Mike Menegalt was on the stand, and he said that he did some housework, yard work for John Mello with Zachary Hughes. But I'm thinking more it's a, here, check it out. I'm thinking it's more of a music connection because Child Junkies United found this. Let me see, where is it? Okay, there's this photo of the two of them. And they were in Italy at one point together. So that may have been in Italy. So I'm thinking it's the music connection. I don't know, Fala. I'm not sure why you can't tag me. That I do not know the answer to. Just do @SQ and it should come up. Drunky the Bear rewatched the Cementelia opening statement this weekend. Wow, they really do have a lot on her. Yeah, what was 5 hours? I think it was 5-hour opening over 2 days. Love in Two Limes. Baker's testifying. That's what they said. That's what they said. Austin as well. They said that they were both going to testify. So we're hoping. That's what they're saying. So to answer your question, Love in Two Limes, I think it's through a music connection. I think because Hughes plays piano. He memorized 32 sonatas of Beethoven. He was, during COVID, he was playing them for people. In open spaces. There's video of him doing that. Mello was this record producer, lyricist. Let's see, did that work? I can see it. Let's see. No, because there's spaces, Fala. I think there's spaces. So if you just type in... Oh, wait a minute. Huh. You're right. Can I not tag myself? I don't know. I've never really tagged myself. Oh, you're right. For some reason, I'm not taggable right now. All right, let me figure that out. Hold on. Okay, no, it's not that one. I do have a couple accounts. Should be that one. Okay, Brat, OnlyFan. I seem to be... Yeah, OnlyFan is able to. Brat did it, and OnlyFan did it. I'm not sure. Ken Rosenberg, I'm not there half the time either. I don't know. Not quite sure. Fala, if you have questions, just do like QQQ or something, do something like that. Yeah, Dream of Landry can. The only one that comes up under T is therapist, I'm not sure. Sandra says, down here in the South, there's a difference between naked and naked. I know. That was pretty funny. Naked. It's so wide open, you can walk around naked. Love in Two Limes. Thank you. I missed the info on the relationship. We're not 100% sure. Maybe defense, maybe, but we're not sure. But Child Junkies United found that image of them hanging out. I'm pretty sure that's in Italy because they were definitely there. Yeah, Lily Wayne can. I'm not sure, Fala, why. Drunky the Bear, the prosecution's voice is annoying, but I missed some of the early evidence. Yep. I did all the cache clearing and restarts. I don't know, Fala. But you're good now? Okay. You good? You're good? Good for the recap? Yep. Yeah, you do the @ symbol and then... whatever. Father, if you have any questions or whatever, just put like QQQ or something like that. So, all right, so that's where we stand now. This trial also, this court runs half-hour delayed. So he says 9:30, which they usually start for us, East Coast, around 10. So that's why we are waiting for them. Oh, now they're saying 28 minutes. No, wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Let me check this feed. Let's see, because this feed is stuck. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see. We're up to day 5, saying it's starting in 2 minutes. All right. Just make sure we've got, let me go back to here. All right, so they're saying they're going to start in about 2 minutes, so we shall see. We got our eye on the court, of course, for you guys. Leslie asks, is the jury sequestered? No, they are not. And thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Yeah, Dream of Landry, that's what happens. Unfortunately, when phones haven't figured that out yet, where you add the @ symbol and they haven't, I don't know why. Only on computers. I'm not sure if you can do it on other devices. I just usually use a desktop. So I know that I can tag you guys by just doing the @ symbol and then whatever the first couple letters. Hey, Loretta, how are you? You're new to the channel. Hope you are all well. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Let's welcome in Loretta. Hello. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, you guys, we are at 6,020 subscribers now. 6,020. So thank you guys for helping us. I know Scott over at Recovery Addict, he was looking for Rose Petal day 1, and we were the only ones that had it because I guess the other feeds ended it or deleted it or whatever. So he used our feed, and then I was on with him, if you will. He was replaying us, and then so that was cool. So I know a lot of you probably came over from that. That was, I think, Thursday or Friday. So again, Scott, appreciate that. So anyway, so good to see you, all the new people in our chat. Appreciate it. Okay, so Julie said third time is a charm. Close screen 3 times and now I can tag. Hellcat, how are you doing? Good to see you. Excuse me. How are you today, Hellcat? We have got a great set of mods, you guys. Definitely say hello to our mods as you come in. So Shirley Roth, you can tag on your tablet. You had to delete apps. It was going too slow. Yeah, I'm usually not on the tablet. Like I said, I'm either on my phone if I'm away from the house or on my desktop. So I don't know about that. And yes, there are shortcuts. OnlyFans says I probably have about 200 names in my shortcuts. All right, we are officially at 10 a.m. East Coast time. Oh, we have a feed. We have a feed. All right, hold on, guys. We have a feed. Oh, there we go. Hello, Lily Coy. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Good to see you in the chat. Joanne, yeah, a lot of people do that. Chat on the phone and then you watch on the TV. Yeah, a lot of people do that. Drunky the Bear, I honestly have no idea how to find chat on my my iPhone. Let's see. Let's see, day 5. It should just pop right up. Drunky the Bear, it should just pop right up when you go to, and there's a big X, you can click the X off, or you can do, it says live chat, just click on live chat. So it should be, right when you go to the, right when you go to whatever it is you're watching, it should pop right up for you. Therapist, you know, I bet money at least one juror has Googled something about this case. Gulp. The guy with 9 vague charges in an orange jumpsuit who took the stand to only say he found the body. Yeah, there's way too many questions. I agree, yeah. Well, let's hope not. They were only off one day, right? It's not like Cementili where they've been off since Wednesday, right? Thursday, Friday, and Monday. Cementili, maybe. It's really funny. The judge over there said, don't forget about us. He's like, you know, don't forget that you are supposed to come back on Tuesday. Aw, just shows to go. You appreciate that. You can give 2 likes this way. Thanks. Oh, and also make sure there's a top chat and then there's live chat. Make sure you have live chat on, because top chat, you will miss some of the chat. So just make sure you have live chat on, because there's 2, you can do top chat or live chat. Just make sure you have live chat on, because top chat will edit out, will filter out some of the chat. Ken, I've got chat popped up, video minimized, email open, doc in front of me, training video on in the background, totally focused and undistracted. I'm glad that you're, if I hired you, Ken, what would you say to that? I'm happy that I hired you. But you can multitask. I get it. I've got OBS on here. I've got my chat on over here. I've got my text document where I'm taking notes. I've got my notebook over here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, then I have mod chat to focus on, or pay attention to. I've got my phone chat with Aaron. Then we have clients. Then we have our marketing company. We have clients. I'm talking to them. Yeah. Joanne says Ken is a multitasking wizard. Hey, Julie Schwartz. Are all messages same as live chat on some devices? No, you have to go to top chat or live chat. Top chat, I think it just filters out. I would say always go to live chat. That way you will see all of them. Yeah, OnlyFan top chat will edit file out. Fala says, I used laptop while working, then I'll cast to TV and still chat on Lappy Toppy. Yeah, Shirley, yep. I am busy. You guys literally have no idea you have no idea what's going on in the background, and I look at RA's setup, and go check out RA at some point when he shows like his camera from behind, and he's got like 3 or 4 monitors. He's got his Blackmagic setup. He's got his remotes. He's got a wicked setup. We don't have that set up yet, but I can appreciate. It's like a control room. You basically have a control room. Oh, and then I've got a cat on my lap. Let's not forget my. Let's see. I got the cat. My partner in crime, Super Ball, keeping me warm. Yes, Shirley Roth plus Super Ball. She's keeping my core warm, basically. It's although it's 72 and 72.2 9, basically 73 degrees in the office here. Kitty! Hey, Remy Nas, how are you? Good to see you. Therapist, or do we? Maybe I have a camera camouflaged in Super Bowl. Maybe I don't. That's funny. In Super Bowl? Can't forget your helper. Super Bowl! Hellcat. Ken Rosenberg, he's got some background in journalism or something, though, doesn't he? Yeah, he was, I think, videographer. I think that's his, and that's what he wants to do, is like videography and photography and video and all that. I think he worked for the government at one point. I know he talked about, and this is Scott I'm talking about, RA, recovery addict. He's talked about basketball games where he was, I don't know if it was college or pro, where he would film basketball games. He was a videographer. So yes. Father, I can't work. Julie Schwartz, when you go to the 3-line pulled down on an iPad, you pick all messages. There's not a live chat option. Ah, that puts you in a live chat. Okay. I didn't know that. I just see a button that says live chat, a little down arrow that says live chat or top chat. So I don't know about the, I guess, yeah, there's buttons. Yeah, there's always buttons. So, therapist did mean in. She's got a camera in Super Bowl. We've thought about that a lot, putting like a little trail camera on her head and then let her walk around. I think that would be really funny, but she might not like that. But we thought about that. Sorry, just shows to go, yeah. All right, this is inside. That's the inside. 72.9 degrees. That's our inside. That's in the office where really no AC or heat gets to. It's 56 outside. That's not too bad. 57. So up where my family is from, where my mom used to live, it's 11 degrees. It's going to be a low of 8. So I know you guys are cold. Trust me. I know it's cold. And we're going to have a low of 33 Friday. So I know when we're 33, anybody north of us is, all points north has got to be like, yeah, ridiculously cold. So I hear you. Drunky the Bear, 47 degrees here, but soon go to 70. Or should go to 70 soon. Nice. Loretta Powell, 72.9 would make me melt. Are you a snow person? Are you a snow angel? Therapist, Hellcat, yeah, I didn't want to say on because that wouldn't be camouflaged. You get me. All right, I get you. Shirley Roth, I will take 50 degrees anytime now. Yeah, and no snow, right? You got like, 30 inches of snow in the last couple of days? OnlyFan, I'm permanently on 75. Yeah. Back when we were down in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it would be like, yeah, it would just be constantly 70 to 80 degrees. Bap, hey, how you doing? 2 degrees here, snowing, wind chills minus 17. Oof. That's cold. Fala says, RA also does events on the side, so he has all the stuff. Yes, he does. Yeah, he let us borrow his live view equipment when we did the Sarah Boone. Young Black Economist, I've had so many kinds of animals. The ferrets, wow, we're the best at carrying stuff without trying to take it off. We never tried a cam on the head, but we did put a tiny little headlamp on him once. Aw. Oh, 11 to Limes, 11 here, Central Ohio. I'm guessing that's Columbus C-Bus area. Are you in the C-Bus area? I've got family all over Ohio, mostly central and north, but I got friends and family in the C-Bus area. Florida PI Sam, I need a cat nanny to come over here and deal with Henry so he stops biting me and lets me work. Henry, we love Henry. Fala, okay, yep. Florida PI Sam, you're from Columbus originally. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to I didn't want to be presumptuous. Florida PI Sam. So as long as you said it, then I will say it. Brad says 40 degrees here in North Carolina. High is supposed to be 51. Not too bad. But tomorrow the high is supposed to be 32. That's not so good. And we're supposed to be snowing tomorrow. Yeah. It's February. It's mid-February still. I remember when I was in New York, there was one February, like literally every Wednesday for the entire month it would snow. It was like clockwork. Like these fronts would just keep coming through. And it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. And it would snow every week. Loving Two Limes right outside of Columbus. Right on. Go Bucks. Yep. Come on, Judge. Well, we know they're a half hour delayed. Oh, don't forget the defense is supposed to start. So maybe your plea deal could be in the works. Hi, Julie Schwartz. I'm in New York and I'm freezing. You know what off? Yep, I was in the city. Well, I was in Queens, Brooklyn, and then the city from 87 to 2002. Then I moved up to Woodstock for a year and a half, and then I made my way down to Florida. Yeah, Brett, Raleigh is really nice. That was, a lot of people said, if you ever move out of the city, go to Raleigh. I'm like, yeah, I would have loved to have ended up there. You got major colleges, you've got a great music scene, restaurants, culture. Oh, Anja, you think the daughter may testify? Did they talk about that at all? I'm trying to think if they talked about that. Therapist, what do y'all think the prosecution's intent was on bringing up the cocaine and just letting it dangle with no answers? Hey, salty girl, minus 14 in Minnesota. Minnesota. Oh, yeah, Minnesota. Sorry, I can only say that because I'm from the Midwest, so I'm gonna say it that way. Fargo. Oh, yeah. Even though I know Fargo was in Minnesota. Salty girl, you're in Minnesota. You should be near a coast with a name like that. Oh, God, Shirley Roth, your snow, 2 storms, won't be cleared for a week. Yeesh. And then when it's chilly, when you don't get above 30, 32, it just stays around. Yeah, Brat, fall are really nice here. I agree, spring and fall. Summer's too hot. Interesting. It just shows to go, yeah, sorry, we don't all speak that way. Of course not. Of course not. Drunky the Bear. Therapist, I'm guessing trying to make the victim look like a druggie who might have had drug debts or crazy associates. Yep. Oh, the daughter she is in Italy, right? So she's not here in the States, she's in Italy. Love and Two Limes. Am I the only one who thought sister was a bit cringe? She came across very strong personality. I think she's fighting for her sister for sure. She came across as a strong personality. Was she cringe? I don't know. Drunky the Bear, you're in LA. Summer's like being boiled alive on the face of the sun. Does LA really get that hot? I thought San Diego was like 80 degrees all year round. Yeah, Drunky the Bear, yep. That is the difference between California and Florida and the East Coast. We get the humidity, right? You guys don't really have humidity like we do, where you walk outside and you just like drop 50 pounds in water just because. Fala says maybe it was the cartel guy from the Segura trial and he just got confused on what he actually did. Yeah, maybe. That's funny. Young black economist. It gets hot in the desert, Palm Springs, for example. Yeah, I mean, freaking Death Valley, of course, the heat in the desert. But I thought near the coast, I thought LA and San Diego. I was in San Diego a couple of times, and every time I was there, it was like 80 degrees, and people are like, yeah, it's like this all year round. Brooklyn Pasola. Oh my God, defense is about to bring fire. How are you doing today, Brooklyn? Oh, Trial Junkies United. San Diego is my hometown. So is that assessment true? Is it 80 degrees like all year round? Is it as beautiful as the 2 times I've visited in my entire life? The 2 times I've been there, it's been like heaven. And I asked the people, I'm like, is this typical? And they're like, yeah, it's like this all year round. It's usually nice there. Young black economist. Never lived on the Cali coast, just Riverside for 3 years. Wait, what spoilers are you guys talking about? We are caught up. Irish Amy, I wish I lived somewhere that is always hot. I can't take the cold at all. I know. Yeah. Therapist you know says, Irish Amy, I'll trade you any day. No, you guys should have like a house swap. Irish Amy and, we got the judge. We got the judge. All right. I saw judge. We have judgeage. We got the judgeage. Gigi's in the courtroom. Yes, no delay there. Yeah, we had a email conversation with Gigi, you guys, and she has agreed to come on the show after verdict. So we're hoping to have Gigi pop on. So look forward. Yeah, whack a judge. That's funny. That's good. Gigi tweets while in court. Joanne. I thought they were on a delay too. I thought that they couldn't. Are they live tweeting? I thought they were supposed to be on a delay as well. Yep, Gigi is there. I reached out to her, and she said she was interested in coming on. I said, once we're in verdict watch, I'll reach out to her again, and we'll get her on for a, just a recap, her impressions of the trial, how it went, about the verdict, all that good stuff. OnlyFan live tweet was allowed on day 2. Okay, what about today? Is she live tweeting now? Let me go check. She's live tweeting and it's going to get Western. I'm so excited. Oh, okay. All right. All right. I'm not going to say anything. We're going to watch it I see it. I see it as well. We will watch. We will watch together. And it's 13 degrees in PA. It stinks big time. Yes, only fan. Shh. We shall watch together. Well, thank you to all that are watching us. Appreciate you. And for those that are just stopping in, we are at day 5 of South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, the Rose Petal murder trial. This is the defense start. So state rested on Friday, and we're waiting for the defense to start. Now remember, the defense did not have an opening argument, so they were going to wait until today, or this moment, I should say. Excuse me, as to present their case. So we're waiting for their opening argument, and then for them to present their case. All right. I got to use this moment to take a quick comfort break. I will be back shortly. Super Ball is going to be disturbed. Maybe she'll pop her head up. All right, give you a Super Ball moment. Hey. Hi. Oh, it's a Super Ball. Oh, scratchy, scratchy. Oh, it's a good girl. There's your Super Ball moment for the morning. Maybe she'll look up. Super Ball. Hey, Super Ball. Up, up, up. Hey. Oh, she gave you a little meow. That's a good girl. Here's your moment of Super Ball. Irish Amy says she loves you. Yes. She is a cutie. Loretta, she is cute. Joanne says, so I doubt that we will actually, I doubt that we will actually, the arguments about this from either side. The judge is going to decide if defense can use, okay. Sweet Super Ball, Dreama Landry. Yes. She's my little partner in crime. My little sidekick. Nope, don't sit on the keyboard. Cat on the keyboard. We all know about cats on a keyboard. Hi. Oh, I got a lick. Justice obsessed. Arguments they just had were outside the presence. Ken, that's why I have 10 keyboards, cat hair. Or that's what I tell myself. Child Junkies United Super Ball. Hello. The moo is still sleeping. She's got a flopping tail. All right, we are, things are going on in the courtroom, but I don't want to say anything because we should not be giving any spoiler alerts. Let's just see what happens when it comes in. All right, just reading through some tweets. Things are definitely going on in the courtroom, but I'm not going to say anything. Hughes worked for Mello Cleaning and Mills performed other tasks. Child Junkies United sent me another, what we know about the connection between Hughes and Mello. All right, I'm going to get to that. I don't want to cut away from here just in case. I mean, obviously they're going to come back at some point, but thank you, Child Junkies. I will check that out at some point. Justice obsessed. Arguments outside the presence of the jury is not streamed, correct? Depends if it's like a proffer or voir dire. If it's in chambers, no. If it's a sidebar, no. I guess basically to answer your question, if it's... I guess that's a hard one to answer because it could be yes, it could be no. Because sometimes they will send the jury away, but then we'll hear the argument. But if they go into chambers, no. But if they're at a sidebar, then no, we won't hear that either. All right, dude, what are you doing? Meanwhile, I'm getting lashed by the cattail. Yeah, don't say plea deal, Julie says. Julie Schwartz, don't say plea. Only fan / only plea will go into a tailspin. He'll just like, no plea. I'm not pulling up anything because I don't want spoiler alerts because I know there's people are tweeting. Just crazy. Oh. So we're going to watch this together. Julie Schwartz, is the child in the U.S.? I think she's in Italy. I think she's in Italy. So, Justice, I don't think we'll be hearing from them even in open court. Read the tweets. Yeah. Well, then we just wait. Why wouldn't, I'm just not sure why. So full courtroom today, Gigi says, and then looks like the defense wants to base their case. Why wouldn't they show that, though? I mean, they're just talking about it. Why wouldn't they show that? Yeah, we kind of knew that. We kind of figured that they were going to go that route, meaning Post had over 16,000 videos and pictures on his phone. Oh, yeah, follow. We didn't talk about that. For those that didn't know, Brad Post, who was engaged to Christina, as the police were investigating it, like a week or two later, they took his phone and they found like over 16,000 videos, images on his phone and his other devices of children. So now that's why he testified in the orange jumpsuit. So we were kind of guessing or surmising, opining that maybe that's why Mello and Zachary did this, was because the daughter, who was 9 at the time, possibly was found in pictures with one of her friends. And I think the mother of that friend is also suing or something. There's that whole angle as well. Justice obsessed. Some judges let us hear everything other than sidebars. Others only let us see what the jury sees. Agreed. So follow, yeah, that was the only day I saw, yeah. Julie Schwartz, yep, child aggression against children. So there's a motions hearing for Karen Reed. All right, Julie, BME, keep us posted on that. We usually stream Karen stuff, but we were going to focus on this today. Joanne, yes, this case has a lot of layers. I always say every case is like an onion, and this one definitely is a lot of layers to this onion. Father, but why the mom and not him? I don't know. All right, let me read through this. This is all coming from Gigi. 30 minutes ago, defense is arguing the child was in imminent danger, and that's the element. Zach Hughes is nodding his head in agreement. Looks like the defense wants to base their case on defense of others. Interesting. Also, it seems that Christina's daughter could testify. State says, in using this defense, you're admitting to stabbing her over 30 times. How do you do the analysis of alternate means? Nothing was occurring at the moment he offed her. The child was in school. Judge says he will take some time to decide. We're on a break. Zach went in there with the intent to save the child. 6 minutes ago, judge is still in chambers deciding if he will allow this. Lots of chatter inside and outside the courtroom right now. So an hour ago, Gigi was saying live feed should go live around, they should go live at 10. Well, clearly that didn't happen. Just shows to go, yeah, vigilante is now the defense. Yeah. Well, we kind of thought that, right? We said there was some rumblings about maybe Brad Post was involved with this. You know, he was they were taking pictures of the daughter, the 9-year-old, 9-year-old daughter. And just said the child wasn't in imminent danger at that time. How can this defense work? Exactly. It's a defense that a lot of people will sympathize with. Therapist, says. Therapist, I have a fingerprint appointment in an hour and 20 minutes. I'm scrambling to blow dry my hair, so please update me. Brooklyn Pasola, I can't think of many other cases where I stood behind a defendant who clearly did this. Fala, but the mom being involved? Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, that Christina was involved. Right? That's the rumors out there. That's the rumblings out there. Trial Junkies United, objection, we know he did it, and they just admitted it. You can't put that cat back in the bag. It will claw your face off. Brooklyn Pasola, children are always in imminent danger. They were using her to produce. See Sam. Butterfly Dana, thank you, Trial TV Live, and thank you, Gigi, for bringing information to us. All right, 10 minutes ago was her last post. Yeah, 20 minutes ago, Zach went in there with the intent to save the child. Judge says he will take some time to decide. Well, he went in there at 9:15, knowing full well that child was gone, meaning at school. So he wasn't there to save the child per se, in my opinion, right? He didn't go there to save the child. He went there to do something else. So if he's claiming that he went in to save the child, she was at school. So what's saving her? What's I don't understand that. Yeah, OnlyFan. The child's safest option would be to get away from all four. Anja, the father isn't better than the mom, in my opinion. The child needed to be placed somewhere else. Yeah, let's not forget when the family lawyer. I liked her. What was her name? Oh, thought something happened. Oh my gosh, what the heck was her name? Where's the family lawyer? Oh, there she is. Vanessa Cormillo. When she testified, she said that Mello was just a beast with her. That she was just a beast. Judy Childers says, main character instigator John Mello, time will tell. Yeah, OnlyFan. Mello conspired to the M2, so how does that make him fit to be your guardian? It doesn't. And let's not forget what he did to Mello was just a brutal to Vanessa. She was the guardian of the child. She had emergency guardianship of her. And she said Mello was just brutal. He was doxing her. He was going after her husband, her kids. I mean, Mello isn't. Yeah, Joanne, I agree. It is all messed up, 100%. Brooklyn Pesola, they might use Zach's conviction to take down Mello. That's true. He's out on bond. He was arrested for the, what's it? It's not a, let me get it right. with sending all the hate mail, the revenge to her. He was arrested. First-degree harassment and criminal conspiracy. So him and Zach were both arrested September 15th of 2023, but then Mello got out on bond. He's been out on bond since September 14th of 2023. So he's been out on bond well over a year. A year and some serious change. So he may in fact wanted to save his daughter from this, but the way he did it definitely does not make sense. Follow. So the dad, mom, and fiancé were all involved. I don't think Mello was. I haven't seen anything that says that he was. To me, it was what I've seen. Well, all we know for sure is the fiancé, Brad Post, had over 16,000 videos and photos and everything with child stuff on it. Then there's rumors out there that the daughter and her friend were involved in something. But those are just rumors, right? And so we're not going to really go down that path. Those were just rumors. Yeah, Trial Junkies United, putting out rumors that Polly Pocket attorney was in child trafficking. Mello is nuts. So, yeah, those were just rumors for now. So we're not really going to go down that route. Kelly White, hey, how you doing? How many times has Mello said that stuff about people like what's being talked about with The Guardian? Well, he did it with the Polly Pocket attorney, Vanessa Cormillo, Vanessa Cormillo. So he was saying that she was trafficking through her office. Mello doxed her husband, was saying bad things about her kids. I mean, he was not a nice person with her. He definitely was not a nice person to Christina. So do we believe him? I don't know. Therapist, was Christina in any of those pictures? We don't know. That's the thing. We just don't know. We don't know anything other than everybody's like pointing fingers at everybody else. Kelly White, I don't believe the mother or the aunt were doing anything. I can't imagine. Oh, Brooklyn Pesola. Yes, Christina was in the videos and stuff. This was reported by several media outlets. Christina was also on videos. Oh, yeah, with animals? Serious? Oh, my gosh. Fala, Mellow Yellow, and Carmelo. Yeah, we had Melodrama. We had that as a band name. Brett says, if he had enough evidence to attempt to legally justify the action, then he could have called the cops. Absolutely. If he didn't have such evidence, how could it be defense of others? Brett, you are always the voice of reason. Butterfly Dana, yep, facts, not rumors. Kelly White, hearsay is what it is. Kelly White, where's the proof? Brooklyn Pistol, it's not hearsay. It would be proven or disproven in Brad Post's case. Therapist, I need to know that as fact. Yep. OnlyFan, her estate is being sued since she's no longer alive. Hey, Britt, how you doing? The buggery, yep. The lawsuit is against Brad Post and Christina's estate. Oof. All right, let's check in on is Gigi tweeting anything? Nothing yet. Well, hi. Ken Rosenberg, here Shmei Shmir say. Yeah, Joanne, the only true victim in all this mess is the child. That I will 100% agree with, for sure. How you doing, Britt? Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Popping in the chat, saying hello. Super Bowl is settling in. Yeah, Irish Amy, I think people who mess with animals are the lowest of the low, to put it in YouTube-friendly terms. I agree. Fala, motion for a non-ick good old regular deletion trial. Well, that's Monica Cementili. Is that a good old-fashioned? Is that good old-fashioned? Shirley Roth, didn't the police state that these sites of corn with Christine were unfounded? I don't know. There's just so much rumor and innuendo flying around right now. We just have to stick to the facts, you guys. You just got to stick to the facts. Brett says, I can't assume anything about her involvement in anything without direct testimony, since we have testimony that the father was making such claims about the guardian ad litem and doxing her. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Brad, again, he's always the voice of reason. That is true, Kelly. Just because media is reporting it doesn't make it true. Oh, we have Judge. We have the Judge. All right, Judge is back. All right, I'm going to go silent. We'll see what happens. Dang it, Judge. Now remember, we're half hour behind, don't forget. Okay, Judge is back. That was 3 minutes ago. All right, so Gigi posted, John Mello fancies himself as a music industry personality, musician, and music producer. Christina Parcell was a, can I say this, prostitute who advertised on the internet and who sold drugs. In 2012, they had a child together, a daughter. They never married, and Parcell did not seek custody or even full visitation rights with the child. Mello had primary custody of the child for most of her first 11 years. However, Parcell had some visitation rights, and the child would often spend the night with Parcell during her periods of visitation. During these custody battles, Parcell developed a romantic relationship with a man named Brad Post, who was old enough to be Parcell's father, and who was at least perceived to be very wealthy. Parcell and Post ultimately got engaged. Post and Parcell's relationship greatly concerned Mello. Parcell's prior life as a prostitute and drug distributor, coupled with Post's wealth and creepiness, prompted Mello to wonder if the child was safe, and was she safe when she was with Parcell and Post? She was not. Post and Parcell essayed and victimized AM and another young girl, as Mello reports it. And then their little asterisks were, defense counsel will seek to introduce the affidavit prepared by Alex Fields, a firefighter. Yeah, we heard all about Alex Fields, right? We heard this guy's name left and right. He's a firefighter who told members of the GCSO that Parcell offered to have sex with him for money, and when he refused, she attempted to sell him drugs. Members of the GCSO has used the daughter to describe the minor child in documents it has filed publicly, and the defense counsel has adopted this practice. Holy smokes. Wowzer. I got to repost that. Good Lord. That's bombastic. Yeah, Shirley, she was a vet tech. Yep. That's what I just read. I just read that motion. Julie Schwartz. I wonder if he has mental health history. Why would a well-known, talented Juilliard-trained classical pianist do this for a friend? There has to be more to the story. Yes, escort is the kind word. Thank you. I was just reading what was in their frickin' document. Hey, Dwayne, how are you? Dwayne, good to see you, buddy. How are you doing today? So Kelly White, there was nothing on her device. Stop saying things like that. I know. Where there's no evidence, and if anything, they took that photo of her that Mello had and created this ad, right? Hey, Rachel B. You stepped into a doozy. Follow a normal career path, right? Escort to vet. Rachel B, finally making your way over here. Welcome to the crazy. Therapist, you know, none of this sounds right. Not normal human behavior. Fishy, fishy. Irish Amy, we should remember, though, there's a world of difference between an escort and involvement. I agree. Brat says the evidence for her alleged other actions seemed to come down to Mello sent himself an email from a fake PI with images of websites which may have never existed, so he could forward to Hughes. No, I just read, just go back like 5 minutes what I just read from Gigi. Gigi posted what the defense filed a motion, which I just read. It's only like one page. Well, here, let's pull it up so you guys can read it too. This is coming from Gigi. Actually, it's coming from Jennifer Wood. This is coming from Jennifer Wood that Gigi reposted. So, let me add this. So you guys can read this too. This is what I just read, Rachel. So this is apparently what the defense filed. All right. This is what the defense just filed. So you guys go ahead and read that. Read that silently. Love and Two Limes. Well, there is trial, but there's a lot going on in the background. So go ahead and read that. So Gigi reposted this. This is from Jennifer Wood. So let me know when you guys are all done, and I'll pull that off. Julie Schwartz, this is a bizarre case. Look at the guy she was going to marry with those charges, the defendant who did the act for a friend, the accusations of her being an escort, which I don't believe, etc. I know. Who is Jennifer Wood? I'm not sure. She's Indie Jen. That's her handle, Indie Jen. Oh, you know what? She's Fitz News, I think. I think she's Fitz News. Yeah, she works for Fitz News, who's been all over this case as well. Fitz News. So Jennifer Wood is Fitz News. Joanne, I can't believe this happened 20 minutes for me and I didn't hear about it until a month ago. Wow. Irish Amy, I like how they mentioned Post being old enough to be her father, like Mello was a spring chicken, right? Have you guys all read that? Just let me know if you have not. Dwayne, she's right here. She's right here on my lap. Little super ball is right there. Boop. Her little head's over here. Dwayne says hello. So, yeah, vigilante as a defense. Have you guys read this? Vigilante as a defense. We'll see how that works with this jury. Strange jury verdicts as of late. I'm going to take this down. Butterfly Dana. Question. Did they find information of escorting of Parcell on her phone, computer, etc.? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. All we know is that it was presumably faked. It seems like they pretty much proved that. So Mello had pictures of Christina when they were dating like 10 years ago. And he sent them to Hughes, and somebody put it together using some kind of program. They put this fake ad together, and they sent it out to her family, places of work, and it was proven in court that those were fake, that she never was part of an escort. She never did that. So we haven't seen any stitch of evidence that she was actually an escort. So this is all, is what the state has said, this is all coming from Mello. Rachel B. Okay, so basically they're wanting to bring this evidence in again. They're saying that he did this in defense of the child. That's what they're saying right now. Rachel B. So they're going to admit he did it, but that it was Mello's fault, and it was because he thought the kids were in danger. Not Mello's fault, just that the kid was in danger. Yeah, that he's doing it to rescue the kids. That's their defense. Butterfly Dana, that is what I thought. Mello had faked Parcell's escorting in court. Yes, you are correct. Yeah, that came out. Sparkman, I think, with the text messages. Jim Perry, I think it was like day 3. Yeah, it was day 3 that they showed all of the escort. Well, here, I actually got one. We can check it out. I took a screenshot of it. And they say that these were faked. And the reason they say that they were faked is because there was like 6 of them or something, and none of them were the same. So here's kind of, so that was forwarded to Christina, aka Sweet Caroline Warren. So this was one of the fake ads, if you will. Right? So it's fake. So these ads are fake. And there's something, hey guys, I'm so excited, blah, blah, blah. So, so those were faked. That came out in court. All right, let's not throw spoilers out there, guys. Hold on. I wish they were showing this. All right, so Kathy Russin says, the judge does not allow camera for anything outside the jury, so we did not see and will not see any of these arguments. Dang it. So that's why. So that came from Kathy Russin, Courtroom Insider. So that's why we're not seeing any of this. So that answers our question about that. Hey, Stacy Farrow, we are, and there's a lot going on behind the scenes. We haven't seen any of it yet, but we've been following people that are in the court on Twitter, and there's a lot going on behind the scenes. So right now we're just waiting. The defense filed a motion basically saying that Zach did this to save the child from SA. That's kind of the gist of it. I know, but if I Dana fly on wall to see and hear, right? So we won't see defense at all? No, I don't think that's what they're saying just yet. I don't think that's what Kathy is saying just yet. We won't see what they're arguing about. So this whole thing that went down today, we won't see. So I can read with impunity what happened. So defense has a witness from Utah prepared to testify about the effects of long-term child aggression. Defense says Zach stood in the child's shoes in defense of others. State says, in using this defense, you're admitting to stabbing her over 30 times. How do you do the analysis of alternate means? Nothing was occurring at the moment he offed her. The child was in school. Judge says he will take some time to decide. Judge is still in his chambers deciding if he will allow this. Judge will state court can limit defense testimony without violating the Constitution. He will not allow the defense of others' defense to come in. So he's not going to allow the defense of others to come in. Says the child was at school and there was no imminent danger to her at the time. Judge says he understands the defense argument, but it's South Carolina law. He went to someone's house he didn't know and deleted her. The child wasn't home. It defeats any argument of defense of others. Defense argues more, saying Jack went there with the sole purpose of protecting the child. Judge goes back into his chambers. And the judge does not allow camera for anything outside the jury, so we did not see and will not see any of these arguments. He has now taken a break to make his decision on allowing this defense. 34 minutes ago. To sum up, the defense admits Hughes deleted Christina Parcell and says he did it in defense of her minor daughter due to allegations of ongoing abuse and exploitation. If the judge allows this, the likely witness for the defense would be Christina's daughter. So that's where we stand. Stacy Farrow, wow, that's so interesting. I thought in the beginning defense was saying it wasn't him. Defense never gave an opening statement, Stacy. They never gave an opening statement. They were going to wait until it was their turn, and then they were going to give an opening statement. So there was no opening statement. We have no idea what their defense is. We have no clue what their defense was because they didn't tell us. Trial Junkies United, objection. I would think the defense should have brought this up sooner because with the jury, the defense were trying to act like Zach was innocent. Now complete switch. We just never know. We didn't know what the defense was. We never knew what the defense was because they didn't tell us. Follow up. I would do some Lorraine Bobbitt type slashy if my kid was involved. Right? Yep, Joanne. In other words, you can't be the judge, jury, or executioner. I agree. Shirley Roth, judge has to take everything into consideration, the fact that Mello made up stuff about Christina. Ken Rosenberg, there's apparently a case in my jurisdiction that's pretty explicitly totally opposite what Hughes is arguing, but I'm not in South Carolina. Yeah, therapist, defense hasn't made any claims at all about anything yet. That's right. Stacy says, that's true. I forgot they didn't do an opening. Butterfly Dana, I think Zach had put Mello on a pedestal, maybe even behind doors love affair. And Mello fed him fake info on Parcell because of Post and pulled the strings for Zach to take out Parcell. Excuse me, so no custody battle. Yeah, I don't think you're far off, Butterfly Dana. I don't think you're far off. There's definitely something else going on. I don't think you do this just because you're buddies with somebody. You know? Kelly White, it just doesn't look good for him either way. I agree. Brat says, basically this means that Hughes believed what Mello told him. Yep, but offing A because B told you A was a threat to C is not a defense. Yep, it's a confession that you were gullible. 100% agree, Brat. 100% agree. Irish Amy, objection. I have chronic curiosity and it's vital they come back soon. Julie Schwartz, if the mother was not M'd and had married that man, the child would have had a stepfather dealing in child P, and now she's being raised by an awful man. That poor little girl. She's going to be a confused individual. She has to be. She's got to be like, what's up? What's right? What's wrong? I agree. What is right? What's wrong? All right, let's see if anything is going on in Gigi land. Pretty lies and alibis. Anything new going on here? Doesn't seem like anything new is happening. All right, I read you through all of what's gone on so far. The last tweet, she reposted Kathy Russin, but that was 36 minutes ago. So 10 minutes ago, Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi says, defense argues more, saying Zach went there with the sole purpose of protecting the child. Judge has gone back into chambers. Boy, this judge is just like, what did I do to deserve this case? Trial Junkies United, I think that is close to what happened. If he does go with that defense, then that also puts Mello right in the center of the target. Absolutely. Ken Rosenberg, if this is the Hail Mary defense, I think the defense might have been bluffing a little bit about the strength of their case. So he's basically, he's going to throw Mello under the bus. That seems, if he's going to admit it, he's going to be like, yeah, I did it because this guy told me to, and he didn't act on his own volition. You know, he didn't act on his own volition, so. Irish Amy agrees with Julie Schwartz, because if Mello had any involvement in getting the daughter to make those accusations against her aunt. And Kelly White says, I do believe he told her to say those things. TP, thank you for joining the chat. Something was going on because the boyfriend is in jail for related charges unless they framed him. Maybe Christina didn't know. How do you get, we've talked about that, TP. How do you get 16,000 plus photos and videos on a phone, a phone, computer, possibly a tablet? Last time I checked, I don't think Mello and Hughes were hackers. I don't think they could do that. So how do you get all that stuff on somebody's devices? Because I thought that too. I went down that rabbit hole and I thought that as well, but they're not hackers. If they were like computer programmers, I'd be like, oh yeah, maybe, but they're not. They're not hackers. Shirley Roth, yep, that is why they didn't do an opening. Yeah, they were waiting. They were waiting to see how the state's case went. Kelly White, I can't imagine her poor mental state with all of this. Her life was never calm. Agreed. Brat says, at this point, his best defense might be to negotiate a deal to flip on Mello. Oh boy, you said the magic word. Only fan. Brat said the magic word. Negotiate a deal. And Dreama Landry, my heart breaks for this little girl. It's always the innocent ones that suffer, right? It's always the innocent ones that are stuck in the middle, and yeah. Irish Amy, like my mom always said, if so-and-so told you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? Yep, we've all heard that. But they told me to do it, Mom. What if they told you to jump off a bridge or a cliff? Would you do it? Yep. Kelly White, I hope she can get away from it all and start a fresh life. She's about 14 now. She was 9 when this happened in 21. February, right? It was February. I'm sorry. It was October. My bad. October 13th. And she was 9 then. So you're looking at 4 years, 3, 4 years. So she's 13, 14, depending on when her birthday is. Ken says, and considering that defense reserved their opening, they were waiting to see exactly what the state put on before deciding which route they wanted to go. Agreed. Irish Amy, yeah. Julie, I wish that poor little girl had a safe haven to go to. I know. Shirley Roth says, let's say Mello knew about Post. Why not try and do it the right way instead of throwing Christina through the mud and then having her deleted? Yeah. Yeah. Well, they were in a bitter custody battle. Clearly, there was no love lost between the two, so... Oh, we got judge. We got judgeage. I just saw the judge. We are, Lily Wayne. We are all caught up with Sementili. We are all caught up with her. And we will be covering her morning after this. So whatever happens with this... They may end today. They may very well end this trial right here and now. Who knows? But we will, at the very least, Lily Wayne, we will be following Sementili tonight. We have it scheduled for 6. So we'll be watching the morning at 6 o'clock tonight. Yeah, Joanne, I hope post-trial is streamed. I doubt it due to the nature of the alleged crimes. Yeah, I definitely would. Yeah, we'll stream that for sure. We are definitely invested in this. Irish Amy, maybe Hughes will say he went there to talk to her away from Post's influence and she got aggressive, so he had to do it? Possibly. Possibly. And Trial Junkies United, how do we know nothing has been said if Zach knew her or not? Yeah, we don't know. Tina never met him. The sister never met him. So we don't know for sure. Just shows to go, yeah, this verdict could prove to be precedent setting. New view on vigilantism. That's true. That is true. Every time Super Bowl gets settled in, I have to use the restroom. It's all the water I drink. I'll be back in a minute. Ken says that you're in charge now. I know, Shirley. I wish she would stick around. Did she stick around? I would love to put her on. Yeah, you kind of saw her little body there. Let's see. TP. I do believe Zach came to Italy when she was there with her dad. Yes, we have a photo of the two of them, and I'm pretty sure it was in Italy because there was testimony that he was in Italy. All right, come get settled in, kiddo. Oops, all right, sorry, come here. I think it was on Facebook. I think he posted, or no, there was texts. Let me see if I can find that. I do. There was text messages of love you back between the two of them. Take that for what you want to. So Hughes visited Mello early June of 2021. So I think that's when he was in. I think that's when they were in Italy. Here, there's this photo. Hold on. So there's that photo. I'm pretty sure that's in Italy. And they said that they texted each other early June of 2021, and there was also a FaceTime video. Well, if they're FaceTiming each other, they're probably not going to be together, but I'm pretty sure that photo is from Italy. So only fan. Every time I hear that line, I think of Stephen Stern saying the same thing. Love you back. Is that what he said? Brat says, if I were on the jury, my takeaway from the defense would be that he's admitting that he did it and his actions show it was premeditated. I think if he's admitting it now, I think he's toast. I mean, you can't take the law into your own hands. You just can't. Yeah, Kelly White, it'll be interesting if Mello gets any charges after this trial. I agree. Irish Amy Super Bowl takeover. That's funny. Yeah. Dwayne, thank you for drinking so much water. My queen who's out of town has me drinking 3 bottles a day. Yep, Aaron got me this. Oops, sorry. Aaron got me this, which I plow through pretty much in the morning, and then I do the same thing in the afternoon. Rachel B., if you thought someone was being essayed and you were asked to go off the perp, like it still takes a certain type of person to say okay. Yes, and this guy is like, well, he was military. All right, so I was going to say, oh, well, he went to Juilliard. He plays piano. Generally, people that are focused on playing piano aren't the kind of people that are going to go and do this. Yes, I'm going to make a general assumption. I'm going to throw it out there. I've known a lot of people that play piano. I know a lot of people that are musicians. I mean, generally, we're not that kind of people where we're going to just go and violently delete somebody, But then you throw in his military training, then yes, I'm going to make a generalization. Generally, that's somebody who has the ability to do that. If you're attracted to that. So, again, I'm just making generalizations, but I just don't see how he would just do that. So, Rachel B., I agree with you 100%. Therapist, that crime scene didn't look like it was a military man, too messy. Yeah. Yep, Rachel B. I wouldn't blink twice if they were having a relationship. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me in the least bit. You don't know, Rachel B., a lot of tortured souls artists? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying they're not. I mean, I think any artist, whether it's visual, acting, music, I think the definition of art is you look at the world in a different way. You don't look at it normal. You look at it a different way. But does that mean you're going to go and violently stab somebody? I don't know. Like I said, I've known a lot of musicians throughout my years, and I can honestly say not a single one of them would do that. But that's just my experience, you know. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. Of course it could happen. But not in my experience. I've not run across somebody who's been that self-destructive. I would go more that route. I've met a lot of people who are self-destructive. I've never really met anybody who would go out and do that to somebody else if I told them to do that. But maybe this is a conversation we can have, Rachel. Maybe this is a conversation we can have at some point. Irish Amy, I don't know though. I've known a bunch of overachievers who were pretty ruthless and callous in the pursuit of what they wanted. Well, there's the music and then there's the business, and there's the music business. So I think the musicians, in my experience, just want to make music. And I think the people that are on the business side just want to make money, and that's where you get the ruthless and callous. That's my experience. Oh, we got Judge. We got Judgeage. Judge is taking some water too. All right, maybe we'll actually get a ruling here. Brooklyn Pisola, my grandfather hand-carved bass guitars for a lot of famous people. He's solely self-destructive but very talented. Yeah, that's been my experience. And then the business side of things, that's where you get the ruthlessness, is the business side. The artists just want to create art. They just want to play music. TP, Zach was adopted and was around a lot of little kids when he was younger. That's not the reason that he did it. I don't think he was adopted. I think it was him and his son, from what I've read. He and his brother, and then his parents moved from California, and then they adopted like 5 kids from Russia. That's the story that I read. Could be wrong. I can find that again quickly. All right, we'll let that go for now. Sherry Segretti. Wow. Let me find. There you are. Sherry Segretti. Don't worry, you're not late. You really haven't missed anything. There's been a lot of behind the... Judge is not airing this, unfortunately. That is true, Brooklyn Pisola. I can't really speak to what other people are or are not capable of. I can't put myself in their heads. That is absolutely true. Irish Amy, I guess, I mean, they were super focused on being famous and getting recognition, and there wasn't much they wouldn't consider if promised a big break. Then again, they weren't all musicians. I am totally not disregarding any of that. I'm just saying my personal experience. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that are artists that would do this. Not saying not, I'm just saying my experience. I worked with a lot of classically trained, actively working in the industry musicians, worked on Broadway, worked on, trios, worked in all over New York City, and they were meek as lambs, to be quite honest. Not a single one of them had a mean bone in their body. So again, that's just my personal experience. And then all the bands I've played in, yeah, there were guys that were, they were rough, but they were just out to, they were not out to, again, my experience, that's all. Julie Schwartz, artists are known to be self-destructive and inflict pain on themselves, but not so sure about violence of this sort to others. Yeah. That's what, that's clearly, that's my point. Irish Amy, totally agree. The people I actually like who are musicians are very much pacifists and lovely. Because it's just about making music, right? It's just about playing music. And and I hung out with a lot of actors. I hung out with a lot of actors, stage and film and TV. They were mean. They were mean to each other. I definitely saw that and the jealousy, but I didn't see. They would stab you in the back, but it was figuratively. It was never like, literally. So. Hey, Nanar, guess who just woke up from your after wake up nap? Nice. Julie Schwartz, mine as well. Know many musicians too. Dwayne says, is Zach my brother and Sharon's son? Say yes, he is. I don't quite understand that, Dwayne. I'm sorry. Yeah. Is he? Yeah, I'm not quite sure. What is... I don't get that, Dwayne. Oh, I gotcha. Could be. We don't know. Don't know for sure. Could be. As therapists, says Dwayne could be, unknown for sure. Yep, you got me there. But guess what? He didn't do it. He had his family do it. Right? He was the manipulator. He was the mellow. He was not the actual person who did it. But you are correct. He was absolutely a musician. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. But right, he didn't do it. It was the family. He got other people to actually do it. Carol O'Neill loves your logic and common sense, therapist. We do too. We love our therapist. Rachel B says, TP, you mentioned earlier about Hughes being hooked on the child early on or something to that effect. I'm curious about that. Where was that talked about? Yeah, where was that talked about? I don't recall that. Irish Amy, totally agree with the self-destructive rather than violent. I write and I am very mean to myself, but would never dream of doing anything to others. And then also I spent many years in publishing, children's publishing, educational publishing. I met a lot of writers, a lot of visual artists. I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it. Where they would go and they would do something to I just didn't see it. So. Nanar, my cousin made bows for lots of string instruments. Cool. Never met a stringed instrument I didn't like. TP answering back to Rachel. When the girl first met Zach, she heard him playing and he asked her what song she wanted him to play and she requested something that a little kid wouldn't know and was impressed. Ooh, I had no idea that. That did not come out in testimony. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Where did you hear that, TP? Where is that? Is that somewhere where we can go and check that out? Irish Amy, write an autobiography? Yeah, thank you for that. I guess this is my autobiography. This YouTube channel with Aaron is my autobiography. All right, checking in on Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi. 10 minutes ago, let's see, let me refresh this. 38 seconds ago, we are on another break while Hughes and his attorneys huddle. I would assume maybe discussing him taking the stand. That was 38 seconds ago. 2 minutes ago, judge will not allow Hughes to tell the jury why he did what he did regarding the child materials. Judge says he's limiting the defense of others' defense. 6 minutes ago, defense asked the judge if Hughes testifies, will he be able to tell the jury why he deleted Christina? So 7 minutes ago, the judge denies the motion. Once we get the jury in, the defense will do their opening arguments. 17 minutes ago, Hughes has one side full of supporters and more on the other side. Christina has 4 people in the state. Yeah, man, people are so into this guy. For better, for worse, it seems like people are on his side. I don't know. Are they justifying it? I don't know. Well, thank you, Rachel. I guess that's kind of what with Squeegee is about. That's sort of my de facto autobiography. Irish Amy, we are here for it, Aaron and Squeegee. Thank you guys. We appreciate your support. Really do. We really appreciate you guys. And the chat is what makes us, we're only as, our chat is, 99% of who we are. You guys make it cool. Brooklyn Pesola, is it going to be an appeals issue if they do not allow him to put up his defense? I think this judge is pretty good. I'm going to side on his side. I'll land on his side. I haven't seen him being unfair to anybody. Either side, he seems pretty, right? TP says the social worker testified that she would have recommended her not to live with Christina if she had known what she knows now. The social worker. So is that the family lawyer? Vanessa Cormillo? I don't have a social worker. I don't have a social worker on my list. So if you're talking about the family lawyer, she's the only one that has talked that would fit social worker. So you're saying that she testified she would have recommended her not to live with Christine if she had known what she knows now. All right, I don't recall that per se. Let me see. She was appointed. Let's run through her testimony. She was appointed guardian of the child when she was 8, and this was October of 2021. The Hague Accord said the child should return to South Carolina. Mello was a difficult litigant to manage. Lots of emails and one phone call with Mello. Mello harassed her and made it very difficult to deal with. Was told she would need to look over her shoulder. He was coming after her license, mentioned her kids' names, doxed her, mentioned her husband, said that she was trafficking kids. She said Mello was fired up. Emails would come in from different addresses and figured it was Mello. The lengths Mello would go, he was very clear there was nothing off limits. He was threatening, harassing, and intimidating. She says it was the worst case I ever worked on, and have a parent act like that. She even brought a motion to the court asking for a psych evaluation of Mello. She received the envelope in the mail. July 8th, 2021, an envelope came to her office, and return address was Brad Post. Contents were pictures of Christina in various states of undress. There was a male body part. She said it was basically graphic in nature. She called law enforcement and submitted it to them. And she received another envelope about a month later. She called law enforcement to get the envelope rather than opening it. Discredit and ruin the character of Christina to be deemed unfit. She hired a PI to find the truth. The daughter was in Christina's home. She said the photos were old and in a consensual setting. The child's mom was deleted. Dad was in Italy. The daughter needed a place to stay. Certain emails from various people. She mentioned the biker dude. One person wrote to the judge. So she did hire a PI, but I don't see anywhere. She may have said that, TP. I just didn't have that in my notes. So I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm just saying I do not have that in my notes. So that could have happened. Yes, Polly Pocket, the guardian ad litem. Butterfly Dana, I wonder if judge is not allowing it because there's no evidence, and for it to be prejudicial, there has to be evidence. Oh, it was out of the presence of the jury, TP says. Okay, then I don't. If it's out of the presence of the jury, I guess this judge is not showing that. That's why we're not seeing any of this. Kathy Russin said that they're not showing any of this outside the presence of the jury. We're not seeing any of this, which really stinks. Ken Rosenberg says, speculating because obviously we didn't hear the arguments, but for defense of others, there has to be a threshold showing of reasonable belief before being allowed to present it. Brett says, up to the courts, of course, but as an educated layman, I doubt it. If a defense is not legally valid and effectively just argues for jury nullification, then I gather you can't use it. Brooklyn says, that testimony was off camera during a proffer of defense trying to sum the CSAM material during her testimony. Okay, so that's why we didn't see it. How do you guys know about it then, if we didn't see it? Folly, yeah, this poor kid didn't stand a chance with any of these people. I really hope she is somewhere safe and loving. She's with the dad. She's with Mello. Lena Ray, hi from Georgia. How are you, Lena? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. TP says Brooklyn said it was during a proffer. All right, I guess we missed that. Hey, Gordon, how you doing? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Always good to see you in the chat. Ken says, Butterfly Dana, so you're right, really. It's basically the judge saying there isn't enough credible evidence for the defense. Brat says, I think the purpose of the defense constantly trying to get witnesses to bolster the escort claims was setting up the she was a threat to her child argument. Of course. And she was doing drugs. What jury is not going to side with, oh my God, you were an escort and a drug user? Blah. Of course. Carol O'Neill, no way this crime was justifiable. Hughes is guilty in my opinion. All right, while we wait, well, did we already find out that question? All right, so we can ask this question. We're going to take a poll, guys. Quick poll. I know just shows to know you. Let's see. Oh, come on. Serious? All right, just give me a minute here. Let me create this poll real quick. Will Zach Hughes take the stand? All right, yes and no. Will Jack Hughes take the stand? New poll for you guys. New poll for the chat. So it's a will he, and then there's like, do we want him to? So new poll for the chat, you guys. Brooklyn says, I'm not referring to the SW angle. I'm referring to the CP involving her child and another minor. They can't bring it in because she has not been tried in court, nor can she confront her accuser. Yeah. Julie says, Julie Schwartz, it was shown a day before the trial started. Okay, I didn't see that. Oh, TP, it actually popped up on YouTube as like a reel or a short clip. Oh, did I say Zach? Oh, no. Zach, yes. Yep, poll time. Take a poll. Poll time. Not Jack Hughes. Brad says, I don't think he should, but what other defense option does he have at this point? Yeah, Brad, who's going to come to his aid? Who can he well, what's his alibi? Where were you? Where were you on the day in question, sir? Gordon, no. This has all been happening behind the scenes. They've been going since 10 or 9:30 their time. They're a half hour delayed, so they've been going for 2 hours, and this has all been behind the scenes. The defense, this has been all going on behind the scenes. Basically, Gordon, the defense wants to say that Zach is admitting it, and he did it because he wanted to save the child. That's pretty much it in a nutshell, in 10 words or less. Judge is back on the bench. Jury is being brought in. Feed will go live in about 30 minutes. All right, that was a minute ago, so we're looking at around 12:15 or so. Brooklyn says, I assume the judge is having his office pull up case law to support his decision. It just shows to go, yeah, they're going to be going to lunch soon. Lena Ray says, I'm not up to date on this case. Got to catch up. So now we have like a half hour to kill. "34 people have voted." You are welcome, Gordon. No problem. No problem. So now we have a half hour to got a half hour to kill. So these are the players. Bradley Post, he was found with over 16,000 photos and videos on his cell phone and other devices of children. He is the fiancé to Christina Parcell. She was stabbed, I think, 36 times. She has a kid, a daughter, with John Mello. They were in a bitter custody battle, to the point where Mello actually kidnapped the daughter, took her to Italy. And then Zach Hughes and John Mello know each other from somehow, somewhere, possibly through music, because Mello is a music record producer. He's a lyricist. He's known he's worked with the Stones, Neil Young, Elton John, among others. And Zach Hughes is a Juilliard-trained concert pianist. Now, here's the other thing people have brought up. So he's pianist, right? Concert piano player. I remember when I was playing music a lot, like your hands, fingers, right? You did just do anything and everything to protect your hands. So would he go in and would he risk everything, I mean his entire career, to do this 36 times? Right? That's I forget who brought that up, but we were talking about that the other day. Maybe when the ME was up. Like, Why would somebody and he's young too, right? He's still pretty young. Oh, hold on. Come here, freakazoid. Come here. Oh, come here. Come on. No. All right. Come on in. No, I know. Okay. Oh my goodness, come here. Come here. Oh, come here. Come here. Come on. Let's introduce you to... Come here. Come here. Come here, girl. Okay, come here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good girl. Oh my goodness. So that's Polly. You're a Super Ball. Hi. Oh. Yeah, good girl. The girls are meeting. It's a meeting of the girls, meeting of the minds. Yeah, go kitty, kitty, kitty. So that was Polly. Polly purr. You heard it. Yep, that was a Polly purr. Super Ball's not a fan, but that was nice. They touch noses? Good girl. Yes. Kitty, kitty, kitty. That was a meeting of the kids. The big marshmallow that Super Ball is. All right, you. Take it easy. Not quite. But Super Ball has smacked them before. But Polly smacks her back. Polly gets her as she's running away. All right, so just shows to go, yeah. Wonder if a pianist would risk hand injury. Maybe not you. Oh, did Julie, what were you saying, Julie? Let me pull that up. Julie Schwartz is painting. Cool. Brad says, I hope the jury has a jigsaw puzzle. Okay. Dreamer Landry said, why would he risk his hands? Right. And in the Monica Cementilli trial, we know that Blake cut his finger, and hate to say this, but he only stabbed Fabio, I think 3 or 4 times, and then Austin did like 2 or 3. So can you imagine 36 times? I think it was 36 times. I mean, unless he had gloves on. Oh, that's right. He had gloves. He did have gloves because they found gloves at his house. There was a 6-pack of gloves and there were only 5. So one of them was missing. So he used gloves. All right. Thank you, Dreamer Landry, for saying that. OnlyFans says, based on the defense filing, he did it. Now the question is, how will the jury be presented? How will the case be presented to the jury? Yeah. Carol O'Neill, but has Hughes achieved success as a pianist? Has he made a good living playing piano? Good question. All I know is I would do anything and everything I could to not damage my fingers or my hands when I was playing. And I certainly didn't achieve fame and riches. I was just knocking around the city playing in bands, So scraping together pennies, the starving artist. So I don't know what level he has achieved. I know he has a YouTube channel. I think he's got like 4 or 5 videos. So I don't know what level of success he has achieved. That I do not know. I do know that he would probably do anything that he could in his power not to damage his fingers or his hands. So I'm just going off of that. Brooklyn Pistola, there's really no logic that can be applied in true crime. Who knows what goes through people's heads when they get involved and commit these decisions? 100% agreed. He may have also just gone and said, hey, back off. We're going to get you, back off. And then who knows? Christina may have slapped him, and then he reacted. You just never know. You never know. You never know what happened. Follow says, Polly looks like my little bitty Maya. Maya? She was feral and left her mom at 3 weeks old, and we took her in. Aw, she still acts feral. Sweet. Julie says, I asked about that last week. I would think he would not want to do anything remotely close to hurting his hands. I would agree. I would agree. Oh, I got you now. Your little what? Is that what it is? Therapist, you know, well, allegedly he's not denying he did it, so hands be damned. Yep. Oh, Dwayne, why are you throwing darts at Sharon? I'm not going to pull that up. I don't want to get in Sharon's bad graces. What? All right. Okay. So we have confirmation that, let's go to Pretty Lies and Alibis. Defense tells the jury Zach will tell them why he did what he did. Okay. All right. So that's as far as we're going to go with that. No more spoilers. Let's watch it as it comes on. Squeegee was wondering who brought that up last week. I thought it may have been you. Well, it was Dreama Landry for sure. Lena Ray, my kitty Pearl does not play well with others. She's a handful. Yeah. Brooklyn Pasola says, I also find it a little disconcerting that Zach took to the minor daughter so quickly and completely committed himself to her. I don't know. I find that problematic. Julie Schwartz says, yes, he tours. Joanne says, y'all know they're going to Google the shit out of this after the trial. I know. Brett says, based on the DNA under the nails, I assume she managed to tag him. With the gloves, hoodie, and mask, I'm curious where she managed to tag him. Unless he talks about it, we'll never know. TP, he was well known and well liked in the community. Yeah, he was doing those 32 sonatas by Beethoven, right? During COVID and after 2021. Well, he did this in October of 2021. So I've seen those videos too. At least the one. Yeah, she beat Zach with those roses. I think so. OnlyFan, the biggest piece of the puzzle is Mello, and he's not even present in the trial. Probably because he's got his own in future to worry about. He's got his own in future to worry about. Yeah, I agree. Nanar, a glove might protect from a scratch, but not cuts. Yeah, I mean, if you're like, I mean, he's like, doing this and slicing and dicing and 12:14, court will be in session. Okay. Thank you for that, Rachel B. Irish Amy, the hand thing is such a good point. Well, if he's admitting it now, throw that out the window. Spoiler safe space. That's right. Oh, Dwayne, because she's making me drink more water, thanks to you. Sorry, Dwayne, I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Carol O'Neill, holy smokes, Zach will testify. That's what we're hearing. That's what we're hearing. Excuse me. All right, Rachel. Sorry. No worries. Fala says, though I can say that I am not sure what I would do, even for a child, I didn't know if I knew they were being stranger or not. I would definitely call the authorities for sure. 100% call the authorities. Do a welfare check. But the child, yeah, but she was there. She left for, yeah, she was there. Yep. Brad says, I wonder if he'll be able to provide musical entertainment in prison. I don't see why not, right? Don't they have bands? I don't know. Therapist, it's interesting that he finished all of those sonatas and then this happened, unless I read that wrong. I think he did. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he did. Just shows to go, I said he would take the stand. Right on. Toxic orchid. Orchid. Toxic orchid. I always want to say orchid. Orchid, popping in to say hi and smacking that like button. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Always good to see you. Just shows to go you. Did they have lunch already? No, because remember, they're a half hour delayed, so they started at like 11. Well, when did this come in? Gigi posted... 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, so at like quarter till, and then Rachel's saying at 12:14, so it was quarter to 12. No, they'll probably go at least an hour, and then maybe they'll take a break. Nan R, I would report them, but not off them. Yeah, unless you actually saw it in the works. Like if you walked into a room and there's somebody doing something to a kid, yeah, then you're going to like step in and get in a fight, and wherever that goes, that goes. But I wouldn't just break into somebody's house and then do this. I mean, no. You just wouldn't. Plus the kid is at school. So why not kidnap the kid again? And then, I don't know. Yeah, I just would not do that. TP says, I never heard, but was John and Zach in a relationship or just friends? We don't know. All we know is that there was text messages between the two of them saying, love you back, or something like that, love you more. Messages, love you back. That's the extent of their relationship that we know of. And that Zach did some housework for John. So that's the extent. That's all we know. Rachel B agrees with Nan R. Just report them. Yeah, I think we all have a duty if you see something happening, in action in real time, but otherwise just report them. Dwayne says, I feel much better after after 8 days of drinking more water. Yeah, it's amazing how that works, Dwayne. It's just simple. Simple. Fala says, wait, not saying that I would stabby someone all of a sudden, report them and keep child away from danger. Let me fix that. Rachel B, I'm thinking you don't get access to the band in prison on a murder charge, at least not right away. Yeah, that's true. Lovin' two limes. He'll be playing in prison. Brooklyn Pasola says, they were reporting her, though. However, the reports seem to keep being unfounded. Toxic Orchid says, hello to everyone. Always great to see you. Fala wants me to pull up her last comment so people don't think I'm bonkers. Did I? I read it, didn't I? Yes. This one, wait, not saying that you would stabby someone all of a sudden. Report them and keep child away from danger. Let me fix that. TP is saying, that's what I said to Brooklyn. I think it's more about his loyalty towards her than John. Fala says, men can say love you too, y'all. Yep. I've got a buddy who says that all the time. Says, love you, brother. I'm like, I love you too. Trial Junkies United. If you were going to delete someone, why didn't he go after Brad? Because Mello was in the custody battle with Christina and he wanted the child all to himself, right? I guess. All right, therapist, ugh. How do you live with yourself if you didn't report it? I agree. Yeah, Brooklyn says Christina would still have access to the daughter. Fala, yes, that one. I'm not gonna go run people all bonkers like. Fala, you're funny, Fala. All right, you're at lunchtime? Cool. Go enjoy your lunch. Oh, Pussycat saying hello. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us. All right, Toxic, have a great one. Thank you for popping in. Always appreciate it when we see you. All right, so we got about 10 minutes before they come live again, so I'm going to go take a quick comfort break, and I will be back. Super Ball, hold down the fort. I'm going to leave Super Ball to hold down the fort. Oh, wait, you know what? Before I do that, I should come back here. Just in case. We'll come back here. Okay. Super Ball's going to hold down the fort. All right. Just shows to go. Yeah, no Super Ball. No keyboard Super Ball. Child Junkies United. Super Ball, now's your chance to take over the world. Go Super Ball. And as I came back into the room, she came flying out. So what did she do? What did she do? Brad says, the thing is, unless they can show that Mello directly said unalive her if he manipulated someone into doing just that, I think he may well get away with that part. Brooklyn Pasola says, there's a lawsuit against Christina's estate that details her involvement. Ah, man, I can't believe that, but yep. Yeah, Dwayne. Well, I drink a lot. Pretty much, I drink this entire thing. Dwayne, the difference is people don't see when you have to get up and go. I'm at a disadvantage there. Trial Junkies United. Couldn't they use all the communication between them that day as having at least being an accessory? Well, they got them on the harassment. Trial Junkies, they got them on that. They both were charged with first-degree harassment and criminal conspiracy, and that was all based on their communication. So they got them on that. Will it go to this level? If I was Mello, I would not be sleeping soundly if I was him. Because if Zach now is admitting it, Brooklyn Pasola says, the proof is in the videos they recovered. Someone has them. We just don't have access. That is true. Therapist, you should have heard the things she was saying about you. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, Rafa. Rafa, Rafa. Meh. What's up, buddy? Do you want to go out? Meh. Little man letting me know he wants to go out. Nanar, have you ever been mellow? Right? Irish Amy is asking Brooklyn, oh wow, are there details? Well, I guess, are you talking about everything that was found on posts? Brad posts, I guess that's what you're talking about, right? The videos they recovered. Over 16,000 videos, photos, yeah, were found on his devices. Brat says they'd have to prove that Mello knew that unaliving her was in play, not just smearing her. Yeah. Well, we've got a few more minutes here. Let's review what, because let's see. There were 1,769 messages between Hughes and Mello. They want to harass the crap out of her. Let's talk later. I'm teaching. So they think that was code. You stop thinking guy's been about. Okay, let's see. They had a burner phone. He was going after Christina's mother. He's like, ladies and gentlemen, I present Christina's mother. Then they talk about the Sweet Caroline. Oh, he talks about the bike. Oh, no, wait. So this was all towards the envelope in the mail, though. Yeah, he's telling him to wear sunglasses. He's got a baseball hat. And again, this is all when they were talking about dropping off envelopes to try and, discredit her. Talks about her arms were chopped off. Oh, who chopped off her arms? Oh, okay, that's the image that came in, right? And then on October 13th at 11:36, Hughes says, let's talk in a bit. Mello says, that research, how did it go? That research on music, how did that go? Hughes says, I'll tell you over the phone. He said, good, I'll tell you over the phone. Let's not forget, okay, well, I was going to say Hughes' phone went quiet from like 7:30 to 11:30, basically. But now that he's admitting he did it, there's no more guessing, right? There's no more guesswork. We know he did it. Yes, I will be keeping an eye out for Post's upcoming trial, if he doesn't take a plea, of course. And if they show it, if they air it, we will definitely, All right, they should be coming back shortly. All right. I think we're going to get... Oh, I see the judge. Okay, we have a judge. All right. I will see you guys on the other side. Hopefully we actually have the judge. All right, I'm going to end the poll. We had a poll for 30 minutes. All right, so I ended the poll. Will Zach take the stand? 46% of you say yes, and 53% of you say no. TP, did John know about post charges before Christina was unalive? No. Is that why he was so cray-cray? No. They found out about Post afterwards. They were doing this investigation, and they asked him for his phone because he was the one that found her and reported, called the 911. So, right, you start there. You start with the last person who saw her alive, and the first person who called it in. So they checked his phones, and I think about a week to 10 days later, they found everything that they found on his. So they didn't know about Post until the investigation was going in, like a week or two, something like that. I have a feeling just shows to go. Yeah, I think maybe the defense is going to do their opening and then they're going to go to lunch. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Britt, yep, no, you have not missed much. Lots of behind the scenes. We haven't seen a single thing. You haven't missed anything, other than I've been reading what Gigi, Pretty Lies and Alibis, has been posting from the court. We will be starting any moment, though. Rachel B. said 12:14, so we should be starting any minute. Irish Amy, I always hope they will take the stand, but they never seem to, so voted no. I know. So they should be coming back any minute, any second, to be quite honest. Yeah, I have a feeling what's going to happen is this defense is going to open because they did not do an opening, right? So the defense is going to open, and then they're probably going to break for lunch, I think. Because don't forget, the jury's been sitting there this whole time. It's not like the jury's been, they didn't come in, at 10:30 or 11. They've been sitting there the whole time. So to them, this is just another day. So their defense is probably going to do their opening, and then they're probably going to break for lunch. That's what I'm thinking. So we wait. All right, maybe this time. This will be the one. Yeah, remember we're on a 30-minute delay, you guys. So wherever you're watching, they're on a 30-minute delay too. The only way you can find real live updates, I guess, if you go to social media. But wherever you're watching, they're going to be on a 30-minute delay too. So they should be any second at this point. So 36 minutes ago, the judge is back on the bench. The jury's being brought in. That was 36 minutes ago. Feed will go live in about 30 minutes. So there's no reason to think that we will be going live very, very momentarily. Then I have a feeling they're going to, defense is going to give their opening, and then they're probably going to break. Then they're probably going to break for lunch. I know. Quit teasing us, Judge. Julie, I agree. So yeah, they should be coming in any moment. So while we wait, I'll just recap what Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis has said. The defense argues that Zach went there with the sole purpose of protecting the child. The defense admits that Hughes deleted Christina Parcell and says he did it in defense of her minor daughter due to the allegations of ongoing abuse and exploitation. If the judge allows this, the likely witness for the defense would be Christina's daughter. Zach has one side full of supporters and more on the other side. Christina has 4 people on the state side. So the judge denies the motion. So once we get the jury in, the defense will do their opening arguments. Defense asked the judge, if Zach does testify, will he be able to tell the jury why he did what he did? The judge will not allow Hughes to tell the jury why he did what he did regarding the materials. He's limiting the defense of defense. So defense of others. So it's the defense of others' defense. So that's what they're going to argue is the defense of others. So we were on another break. Hughes and his attorneys huddle. And then the judge is back. Judge is back on the bench. That was 38 minutes ago. So again, we're just waiting. Just a waiting game. 39 minutes ago, judge was back. So we wait. What's that Tom Petty song? The waiting's the hardest part. Only fan, you're going for the hung jury? Irish Amy, Pushkin ambush. I've had to start getting bigger tins of tuna so I could eat some of it when the Pushkins descend and hoover it all up. That's funny. Irish Amy, is this a DP case? No. No, it is not. But we're not sure. Hold on. What is his... So the judge is Patrick Fant the third, F-A-N-T, Patrick Fant. They have to take lunch. I mean, they have to come. I saw that too, but I saw that she was. Yeah, defense tells the jury, so they did come back. Judge is back on the bench. Jury's being brought in. Feed will go live in about 30 minutes. That was 40 minutes ago. And then defense tells the jury Zach will tell them why. So I'm assuming we're going to get an opening. That's why we're here. I'm assuming we're going to get an opening statement. Hey, Cajun Bayou Queen, how are you? Who here thinks this should be a DP case? I don't think it will be, because what I'm kind of understanding with those is that there have to be aggravating factors, and and I think some of those are past acts, and I don't think he falls under a bad actor. So I would say that they're not. Read the next one. Yes, that they're at lunch. I saw that one. But don't you think, that was 25 minutes ago. Yeah, I know that they did that, therapist. I'm just saying, why wouldn't they show the defense talking to the jury? Why would we not even see that? All right, we'll stay here for 15 more minutes, and I'm going to take a quick break. Oh, Britt, I ended it. I'm sorry. I ended the poll. Sorry you didn't have a chance. It was up for about 30 minutes, so I ended it. All right, we'll stay here for 15 more minutes. It's about 12:30. We'll stay here till 1:45. Because Gigi says, judge is back on the bench, jury is being brought in. See, why wouldn't we see that? Feed will go live in about 30 minutes. So why wouldn't we see that? And then Gigi says, Zach will testify. Defense tells the jury Zach will tell them why he deleted Christina. Then we are breaking for lunch to allow the witness to get here, back at 1:30. So why would they not show the defense's opening arguments, is my questiones. All right, we'll stick around for 15 more minutes, and then I'm going to break for lunch and get ready for the afternoon. Yeah, I agree with you. Just shows to go, yeah. You're going to lock yourself. Oops, you're going to lock yourself in Fowler's closet now? Yeah, it feels like they forgot to go live. So we missed opening arguments? Is that what you're telling me? That they didn't show us opening arguments? Dang it. Hold on a sec. Okay, we got a feed.
And such. Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Now it's our turn. Mr. Moore and I have been waiting for a long while to be at this point. I was going to say it's been a week, but it's been longer than a week. It's been years. Our client, Zach Hughes, has been waiting for a lot longer than that. He's been waiting over 3 years, some 3 years and 3 months. As Mr. Mormon told you at the outset of this case, we are honored and privileged to be representing Zach. You're going to hear about Zach in the next day or two. You're going to hear that he's a very gifted and accomplished young man. He is 32 years old now. He was 29 when this happened. He's from a wonderful family. You've probably seen them seated back here in the courtroom throughout this trial so far. You're going to hear a little bit about his life. He was born in California. When he was still a boy, his parents took Zach and his brother, moved him to southwestern Virginia, where they moved into a small farm, and then they took on 5 orphan children who lived there with them. And you can hear that Zach was homeschooled. He learned the value of hard work and discipline as he grew up around the family farm. He helped his young siblings. His family moved to Greenville when Zach was a teenager. In Greenville, he finished high school, being homeschooled still, and you'll hear that his hard work and his discipline paid off, and he was accepted into a very fine college with scholarships. He went on where he studied music, and he won piano competitions. His emphasis was on piano performance. As an adult, Zach has had an accomplished career performing classical music and even recording classical music. So this is the time now for our case and for Zach to testify. But understand, ladies and gentlemen, that we have no obligation under the law or the Constitution to be doing this. This case actually could be over when the state rested. The state has the burden of proof of proving this case in every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. We would not have to put up anybody. Zach wouldn't have to testify. We wouldn't have to put up any witnesses. In fact, if Zach were not here, his honor would instruct you that you couldn't use that against him. But we are going to do so. And Zach is going to testify because Zach has been waiting for this opportunity to tell a group of people like you what really happened, which is that he took the life of Christina Parcell. And crucially, he's been waiting and wanting to tell you why. Now, the why to a case like this is very important because it goes to the heart of the matter, and that is malice. Okay, malice is what makes a homicide a murder. And we heard from that from the prosecution's opening, as you recall. The prosecution said that Zach was mad. They said he had an angry heart, that he wanted to inject himself into this custody dispute of somebody who knew. But that's not why it happened. And that is not what you were going to hear about why this happened. Now, as we turn to our case now, it's important to realize that we could have handled this case extremely differently. Okay? We could have attacked the sufficiency of the state's case. We could have brought in an expert to talk about the DNA. Okay? We didn't do that. We could have challenged the identification evidence. And I want you to consider the professional from law enforcement, from the State Law Enforcement Division, who testified about the enhancement that they did on the videos and the photographs, and how they were able to use this fancy technology to enhance and to account for the differences between sunlight and shadow and the distance. And after all of that, and after all of the technical work that was done, the conclusion was that the guy on the bicycle was 6'5", a big guy like him. Well, as you probably noticed, and as you will see, Zach is shorter than I am. On a good day, I'm 10 foot. I'm 6 foot, 5 foot 10 inches. Okay, he's shorter than I am. Consider the other professional. There's one who spent a great deal of time looking at the enhancement of the person on the bicycle. And after all that time, what was that conclusion? That this person had a beard. It has to be a man. And they enlarged it, and they used, again, all of that technical information to take a look at it. This guy had a beard. This is before they had any suspects. Well, what do we know about Zach and what we learned about Zach? He was clean shaven. We know that from a couple of days prior, and we know that from a couple of days after. We could have attacked that. We could have attacked the identification from the neighbor. As you remember, a neighbor, after 3 years, came into court. And all of a sudden, after 3 years, was able to identify the man whose picture had been on television for the past 3 years. Had never told anybody even that she could identify somebody. And this was somewhere between 8 and 8:15 in the morning. And what you're going to find, ladies and gentlemen, is that it couldn't have happened because the person on that bicycle was not even in that neighborhood for at least an hour to an hour and 15 minutes later. But we didn't attack that. We could have done that, and we could have made mountains of objections throughout this trial. And as you heard, we made very few, and we did not do it. And why is that? Because Zach wants to take the stand and tell you what happened. Now, the prosecution has told you that they will prove this malice in this case by showing you that Zach was mad, that he was angry. And malice is a key part of this case because malice is the very essence of the definition of murder. Okay? So what is murder? Murder is the killing of somebody with malice aforethought. And what is malice? The prosecution told you it's anger, that it's madness, and that is a component of it. The definition, though, it is the killing of a person without just cause or excuse. The intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. And I want you to think about those words, that definition, as you listen to the testimony that you're about to hear in this case. The why to the homicide is very important because it gives insight into the person's heart. In this case, you were going to hear that the why was not jealousy or greed or a crime of passion or some other emotion. You're going to hear that Zach did not act like an angry heart like the prosecutor conjectured. You're going to hear that this was not done for money or any other personal gain or benefit, not to help out any kind of friend. You're going to hear that this was done for a just cause. And that's not malice, and that's not murder. Thank you.
Councilor Burke.
The witness is just making a phone call. He'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a moment, and then I will be back with you. I really want to also thank you just for your patience. We've had a lot of legal issues that I've had to take up with the attorneys, okay? So I will be back with you shortly. Okay, welcome back. I would have kept you in here if I had knew I was going to get my answer so quickly. It is 12 o'clock. I'm going to ask that y'all return at 1:30. We're going to take a break, enjoy your lunch, and then we will pick up at that point. Again, I remind you of everything that I've punished you about before, and do not begin any kind of deliberations or discussions about this case. Okay? We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
All right, so it did seem like I was slightly behind there. I was like 10 minutes behind, so that's my bad. Somehow I got behind the feed, so while we were sitting there waiting for the feed to kick in, I was actually a few minutes behind. All right, so we are now officially caught up. They are on a lunch break. They say till 1:30, which is 2 o'clock Eastern, so I will be back here at 1:30 and we can talk. But basically the opening statements, let's find out. I know that. Let's see. Is that Andrew Mormon? Let me see, because we haven't heard from him in such a long time. Because he said, let's see. No, that is not Andrew Mormon. That's Mike Moyer. That is Mike Moyer. Okay, so that's Mark Moyer, Moyer, gave the defense opening statement. So he says, we've been waiting a long time. Zach's been waiting a long time to tell you this story. He was 29 then, now he's 32, comes from a wonderful family. He was born in California, moved to Southwest Virginia with his brother. The family adopted 5 orphan kids. He was homeschooled. Then he moved to Greenville as a teenager. He studied music. He won piano competitions. He has an accomplished career recording and performing, and he says here, Zach will testify. So there you go. We found out definitively Zach will testify. Moyer says, we have no obligation to do this. The case would be over, quite frankly, right now. The state has the burden. But Zach has been waiting a long time to tell a group of people. He wants to say he took the life of Christina, and he wants to tell you why. He says, this goes to malice. That's what makes it a deletion. Zach didn't want to inject himself into the custody dispute. He says we could have handled this case differently. We could have attacked the state's DNA and the experts. My question exactly, I'm like, why aren't you guys bringing up, like, there was no cross on the DNA. And when that happened, I'm like, what? That never happens. And remember Segura, they crossed that guy for like 2 days. I was shocked, gobsmacked that they didn't object or do anything with the DNA. Now we know why. They talked about the video enhancements on the video to the still photos. Ken, you were all over that. You were just going crazy for that. Yes, we all were. They were talking about 6'5" dude on the bike. He says Zach is shorter than I am. On a good day, what he said, 6 foot. They could have attacked the beard. They could have attacked the neighbor. Remember, there was pictures 2 or 3 days before. Zach doesn't have a beard. We could have made a mountain of objections, but we didn't. Why? Because Zach wants to take the stand and he wants to tell you what happened. Malice is a key part to this case. It's the definition of deletion. Killing someone with malice and foresight is what the state is saying. We're saying it's without just cause or excuse. So that's where we ended it. That's where we ended it. So Joanne saying, I'm a little pissed. This all could have been argued Friday afternoon instead of having a half a day waste of jury's time this morning. Mel Stiller, this has been one of the most convoluted cases I've ever seen. I like to say cases are like an onion, right? And you peel back the onion as you go through the trial, and that's exactly what we're experiencing here. I think that was very interesting, Dreamer Landry. Very, very interesting. So now the jury's going to be like, wait a minute. So you did this because you weren't mad at Christina. You were doing it because you wanted to what? See, we don't know that. Theoretically, well, we know that, but the jury doesn't know that. Why on earth? Alice is 10 feet tall, right? Oh, yeah, Malice. Go ask Malice. That's our next band name. Bev is on a comfort break. Oh, Brennan is out of control with his arguments. All right, we're not going to watch it today, but we'll pick up on that, Julie BME. Thank you for that update. Brad says they have no obligation to put on a defense, but it would probably have been a quick route to conviction. Agreed. All right, so I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab some food. Going to have some leftover calzone, Malice Alice. Alice Malice. I will leave you with some music. Let's see. Is it on this one? Yes. Okay, so Aaron put together this. So I will leave you with this. We're going to go have some lunch, and I will see you guys in about 40 minutes or so. Okay, enjoy. Bye. All right. Hello and welcome back to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. We are watching South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. We are on day 5. Court is at a lunch break right now. Hold on. I got to go turn something off. All right. So just shows to go you. What are you posting? Ballet? Let's see. Let me start with this. Just shows to go you. Pirouette. Just some ballet to the music. Irish, come join. Very stressful day with medical review, so very happy to decompress here. Oh, Irish, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Here, this is what I want to pull up on there. Love ballet. The exercise I do every day are based on ballet moves, so it's nice to freestyle. Nice. Cool. Greenville, what's up, buddy? Drive-by hugging. We'll check in a bit later. Awesome. Yeah, it's going to get interesting. Zach is going to testify, so you definitely don't want to miss that. Dwayne says, welcome back, Irish Amy. I just got back from my 15-minute comfort break. Sharon saw Squeegee drinking water for a couple of hours. Now she has me drinking 3 bottles a day. It's not a bad thing, Dwayne. Not a bad thing. Therapist, you know, giving us a wave. Welcome back, welcome back. Nanar is sending gentle hugs. Let's see. Nanar says, Britt, I guess it was to say how the police got it wrong, but then again, they didn't. It doesn't make sense. Let me see what you guys are talking about here. Britt says he's shorter than the person in the video, but also, yes, he did it. Britt said, did anyone else find it odd they brought up Zach's height and then said he did it? Yes. Extremely odd. I thought that was extremely odd myself. I don't know. I don't understand why they did that. I agree. That was weird. Oh, come on. One of the joys of living with a bunch of cats. They get their fur. They get their fur in the mouse. Let's see. Irish Amy says, Squeegee, thanks, Squeegee. It went okay. In the end, they signed me off for 3 months for now, which is a relief. But couldn't sleep, so up all night watching horror with your brother. Haha. What'd you guys watch? What horror did you guys watch? We're big horror fans here. Dwayne done that to my comfort breaks. It's a nuisance. It's annoying. I get it. But the alternative is, I don't know, medication and doctors. And just drink your water, man. Here's to you, Dwayne. Yeah, just shows to go, yeah. Cat fur gets right into my eye. Joanne. Yes, because he's a porch hobbit. Makes total sense. Let's see. Brat, yeah, defense, he did it, but the prosecution got it all wrong. Was bizarre. Very strange, very strange. OnlyFans says, like Rachel B said, he's pointing out Zach as being honest. It's funny, I'm just looking at both of these pictures we have of him, and both of them, his head is pointed to the right. Just wondering. Irish Amy, we watch Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2. I've never even heard of that. Oh my God, a Nightbreed, which you've never heard of and is wild. That's like borderline. Oh my God, that's really funny. I got to check those out. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2. And it's a 2, it's not even 1. Winnie the Pooh. There it is, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, 2003. Oh my God, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. And so it's literally this person dressed up in a Winnie the Pooh outfit. Oh my God, after Christopher Robin abandons them for college, Pooh and Piglet embark on a bloody rampage as they search for a new source of food. Oh, you gotta be kidding, this actually exists. Holy mackerel. That is just too funny. I'm dying over here. Of course, I don't recognize a single person. Just too funny. I love it. And then there's a Winnie the Pooh 2. That is brilliant. I've got to watch that. It has a 2.9 rating out of 10. Oh my God, that is hilarious. You have to see them. They're insane. That is just too funny. 2.9. 33,000 people have voted. 2.9 out of 10. It is hysterical. They're making one called the Pooniverse. The Pooniverse. Oh my God, who in the world is making that their life's work? Oh God, that is hilarious, you guys. There's even a trailer, okay? Hot girl in a bikini in a hot tub. Young women running around with Get Out in blood. I love it. Oh, and there's Pooh. Oh my God. The things you learn from your chat. The things that you learn from your chat. Those are the best. Those can be. OnlyFan, you have an Eeyore soft toy. Don't judge me. No. Oh, is Eeyore? OnlyFan is asking Irish Amy, is Eeyore involved? That is so funny. For real. Irish Amy, apparently it's an English director. He's making a Pinocchio one and Bambi and Peter Pan. For real. He's hit a niche, right? He's hit his niche, his niche. That is so funny. Irish Amy says, I hate to tell you, but when Christopher Robin left, the others were starving and had to sacrifice someone, and Eeyore drew the short straw. Oh my God. You got me dying over here. That's really funny. Good stuff, Irish Amy. Thank you for that chuckle. Thank you for that chuckle. That's good. That's just too funny. Too funny, you guys. I got some friends. Oh, my buddies from high school. You guys may have seen them on the Thanksgiving special, and they're all big. Tony and Ivan are huge horror fans. I'm pretty sure Dave is too. I got to tell them about that. That is justice for Eeyore. Hey, Hellcat. Joanne, justice for Eeyore. Hashtag save Eeyore. Justice for Eeyore. Hashtag save Eeyore. That is just... that is really... There you go. There you go. Hashtag justice for Eeyore. Oh, you guys, that's too funny. That is just too funny. Rachel B. laughing is making me laugh. Well, come on. That is hilarious. That is just too... Oh, wait. Irish Amy, only fan. Don't despair, though. There's a rumor that Igor might return as a zombie and will team up with Christopher Robin against the evil Pooh, Owl, and Piglet. Oh, my God. This is brilliant. This is like actually a brilliant concept. I love it. I love this concept. Yeah, you are welcome. I aim to please. Absolutely brilliant. All right. So he must have gotten the rights. I mean, how do you can't just take these characters and just totally like bastardize them, you know? That is just too funny. Yeah, how funny is too funny? That is true. I do tend to say that often. Too funny. Irish Amy, I seriously spent the whole film in hysterics. I can see why. I can see why. That's funny stuff. Funny stuff. Let's see. No, you could have done Karen Reed while waiting for the Rose Petal decision. Doesn't sound too... All right. Well, we'll talk about that, I guess, later. All right. So let's see what... Court's back in session, but we're a half hour delayed. So they should be coming on in about 5 minutes or so. Oh, Brat, the characters came into public domain. Ah, that's a shame. Amy says, apparently there was a gap to the rights to the characters before Disney remembered to renew it. This guy swooped in and took them. Wow, amazing. Wow. Only fan. I seriously don't know how I feel about Zambior. That's funny. Joanne says, Elmore, I'm definitely putting that on my streaming list. Movies to watch when bored and alone. It's Pooh, right? Pooh, Blood and Honey, Honey and Blood. Oh, my God. That was worth it. That was worth getting up today. That was worth getting up today. Elmore. Yeah, Elmore is a pretty cool name, like a half elf, or like an elf. Yeah, almost Fae-like. True Irish, almost Fae-like. Irish Amy. FYI, people, it is a terrible film series, but it's worth watching for the ridiculousness. Haha. Well, Irish Amy, we're going to hold you for that. We're going to watch it. We're going to have our commentary. No, it does look pretty silly. Of course, we will go into it wholeheartedly, knowing that you recommended it. Oh, yay. Glad I made it worthwhile. Absolutely. Absolutely. That was good. That was worth getting up for today. We're seeing Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. And there's 2 of them. Too funny. Dwayne says, Sharon will never read this, so I can find. I text her that I've had 3 bottles of water already. I'm still on my first bottle. No cheating, Dwayne. No cheating. Capri Law, I came into this conversation, had to Google it. I know, right? Oh, I wish we could have a movie watch party. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh, God, that would be a blast. We could do like a science mystery. What's that? Science Mystery 3000? Mystery Science 3000? Whatever it is. We could do a watch party of that. I would love that. My brother's scared to watch any more of them if Rabbit isn't in it. If Rabbit isn't in it in case I lose it. Where's Blood and Honey Part 1? I don't know. You got to Google it, man. All right, Butterfly Dana bringing us back down to the trial. They're going to be on in like a minute. So what could Zach tell us? Yeah, let me go over here just in case they come on. Let me go over here. Okay. What could Zach tell us if his adopted siblings has this drama paralyze them? He had a piano teacher, someone treat him that way. He had to serve Mello's kids. He had to be her angel from evil. Yeah. Oh, Capri Loss. Speaking of watch parties, if you watch the new Gabby Petito documentary, you'll see me. All right. Mel Stoller says, hashtag Eeyore for Mayor 100 Acre Wood. That's funny. Save Eeyore. Hashtag justice for... That's a scary looking bear. I know. Wouldn't it be cool if YouTube allowed that? If we could watch movies together, that'd be really cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, I would love to watch a movie like that. That'd be a blast. Owl is in the second one and just insane. That's so funny. Oh, we could watch it on Discord? Yeah. Bible issues. Thank you for joining our chat. You say your mom used to work for Vanessa. She quit over this case. Didn't feel safe. Yeah, we heard. Was that because of Mello and what he was doing? The intimidation, according to Vanessa. Thank you for joining us. Sadly, you had to come in during Winnie the Pooh, Honey and Blood conversation. Owl flies and talks like an 80s monster voice effect. You know, like slow motion deep. That's funny. Welcome to our chat, Bible verses. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry, Bible issues. Sorry. So, Bible issues, was that because of the intimidation, harassment? What else did Vanessa say? Mello intimidated, harassed. She was going to get a psych evaluation on him. No, Irish Amy. Thank you for... You never have to apologize for something that makes me laugh. Nanar says, I've watched a number of movies on Discord with others, but don't know how it's set up. All right, that's cool. Bible Issue says, yes, she even pulled a weapon on someone she thought was sent by Mello. Wow. Was that your mom or Vanessa? Superball wants to know. Superball has questions. I love the way she like blows out the camera. That butterfly Dana. Oh, sorry, Dad. Just woke up from a needed nap from bad fall injuries on Saturday. Oh, sorry to hear that. I just scrolled back to see what was being talked about. I typed evil one. Nice. This trial could be Blood and Honey 3. Okay. Yeah. Get settled in there. Bible issues. My mom, she was at the law office when someone came by in a car similar to Mello. She overreacted and quit afterwards. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Do you think you or your mom would want to call in and we could talk after? If you call in either after this feed or another feed, or later down the road, if you guys want to talk about it, we'd love to hear your perspective. That'd be cool if you want. Tracy Butchars, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you in our chat. New people in our chat. Why was she with these old men? That's the that's the age-old question, right? Do not know. Okay, we got a judge. We see the judge. I think they're back, so I'm going to kill that. Just saw the judge pop his head in. New subscriber, yay! Thank you, Tracy, for joining us. Okay, Bible issue. She asked me to watch this and fill her in. I can mention that to her and see if she would want to. Very cool. You can get a hold of us by info@trialtvlive.com. It's in our description, and yeah, we would love for you and or your mom to come on, and if you guys feel comfortable, and just talk to us 15 minutes, half hour, 5 minutes, whatever you guys feel comfortable with. We always love to hear from the people where this is happening. This is in your backyard. You know, we had a chance to go to Sarah Boone. She was not in our backyard, but she was, a couple hours away, and we made it there. So we would love to hear from people that are right there. Bible issue says she's safe. She only spoke to Mello once. Yeah, age-old question. Yeah, Irish Amy, no pun intended, right? It's called For the Money. Yep, Joanne and Dwayne. Apparently Brad had money. I guess Mello had money, so. No, Tracy, you usually watch Court TV, but we're way better. Well, thank you for that. I like to think that we are. We strive to have a very respectful chat. We take care of each other. We don't talk religion and politics. We do talk music. We're back. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side.
Hey, welcome back. Again, I asked, has anyone done any research or anything concerning this from any media outlet? Open with note for the record. Jury in the case.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
May it please the court, defense would call investigator Dan Duff, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Bevel.
Investigator Bevel, you were called in the state's case in chief. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is it correct that you began working for the Sheriff's Office, Greenville County Sheriff's Office, roughly in 2012? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've got a bachelor's degree from Troy University. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified about this previously, but briefly tell this jury what units you have served in the Sheriff's Office.
I started in patrol from 2012 to 2017. That's your standard uniform patrol deputies, answering 911 calls, any kind of call for service. After that, I went to specialized investigations from 2017 on to In there, I went to the Crimes Against Children unit from 2017 to 2019. That's any kind of child abuse, child neglect, child sex crimes. Then after that, 2019 to 2023, I went to the Internet Crimes Against Children unit. That's any kind of child exploitation.
Investigator Bevel, you talked about your time in the Crimes Against Children unit. When you're in a specific unit within the Sheriff's Office, do you receive specialized training associated with that type of unit?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so when you were on the road in uniform patrol, did you receive specialized training related to that?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in the unit of the Crimes Against Children, did you receive specialized training in that discipline?
Yes, sir.
And let me show you. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 65. Just take a look at this for identification only.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Bevel, for example, that is the report you drafted for the purpose of the harassment investigation. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
And so this is of the kind of report you would draft depending on what investigation you were conducting or what tasks you were performing with the Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
As an investigator, are you familiar with a phrase called the lead investigator?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the lead investigator is just that, the investigator on a case who is ultimately responsible for the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Investigator Sparkman would be deemed or likely be the lead investigator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you also the lead investigator in another case in connection with this case? Let me ask it a different way. On October the 19th, 2021, did you become the lead investigator in another case? Objection.
State your objection.
Objection. This is going to fall under your previous rulings.
Okay. I will sustain the objection.
Okay. Your Honor, due to Your Honor's previous order with the restriction, I'm going to move on, and I'm going to move on. Investigator Bevel, you testified, as you said, in the state's case in chief, and that was just last week, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I would imagine you're still familiar with your testimony in the state's case in chief.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to talk to you about that testimony. And specifically, I want to refer to a specific portion of it. Do you remember during your direct examination, you testified about mailers and the contents of mailers that you had been provided in the early summer and through the summer of 2021. Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so. Are you referring to the mailers as what I was given by Postman Parcell?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you testified that those mailers had nude photographs of Christina Parcell in those mailers. Is that correct? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a transcript. I want to ask you specifically about this exchange. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Wilkins when you first got these photos? Let me back up. Do you remember testifying about the fact there was a website listed on the photographs? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you about questions about different fonts and different placement? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you this question? Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website on there? Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, yes, sir. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, how'd you do that? And you testified, I just typed the address into one of our computers in the office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, and what did you find? And you testified that the website no longer worked. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, so you put belladondigiorno.com escort site and put it in your computer, and you responded, yes, sir. Do you remember that?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And he asked you what happened, and you said, it just redirected me to another escort website. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then then he asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And remember, you testified no.
I'm sorry, I got an objection. Can I?
I'm almost done. One more line.
I'm going to let him ask this question.
You remember Mr. Wilkins asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And you responded, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then just one more. Do you remember he asked you, was any pictures or were any pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? And you testified, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that in the harassment report that I just showed you, Defense Exhibit 6?
I've got another objection I need to make. I need to put it on the record.
Your Honor, this is
I'm sorry.
All right, so they are at a sidebar. I just want to pop in here. They're at a sidebar. Right now, we've got Daniel Bevel. He's the investigator. He was the state's...
So again, let's pick up where we left off. I had reminded you of your testimony from last week, wherein you were asked the following about typing in this website. And you were asked what happened, and you testified it just redirected me to another escort website. Then you were asked, were any of those photos on that escort website? And you testified, no, sir. And then you were asked, which you previously testified to, were any of the pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? No, sir. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true in your report on the harassment allegations?
Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, he's an adverse witness, 611C. He testified for the state. He's a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office. I have every single right to lead him pursuant to the 611C.
Your Honor, he's their witness. They called him. In a direct examination.
Witness, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. Well, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 65 again. Look at this bottom paragraph. Would you please read what I have bracketed to the jury?
Yes, sir. I photographed the 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have a web address of http://belladonna.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images but were not in color.
So isn't it true, based on this report, that you were redirected to other websites that had the same images that were in those envelopes? Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Isn't that what you said in your report?
It's poorly worded on my part, but I'll admit the other envelopes, the same images, were not in color.
What are you saying you meant?
The images that were in the other envelopes, not another website.
So didn't you say that you found these on the internet? Isn't that what you said in your report?
No, sir.
Tell me again what you said. Yeah, please read it again to the jury. Read it again.
Okay. It's okay if I go to the relevant part instead of everything?
Yeah, I've got a bracket there.
Okay. Photographed 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One envelope, or it just says one contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have the web address of http://belladonna.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images but were in color. Now, like I explained, it's poor wording on my part, but I was referring to the other envelopes contained several of the same images, but they were in color. I wasn't referring to another website.
And in your report, you don't distinguish between envelopes and websites, do you?
Like I said, it was just poor wording, but I was referring to just other envelopes had the same images, just in color.
And isn't it true that it is very possible that those images could have been online and just taken down at the time you tried to look at them? Isn't that true?
In another website? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
second, Your Honor. Your Honor, those are all the questions I would ask Investigator Bevel in this context. I don't have anything further on the examination.
May it please the court, briefly. Did you ever find naked photos of Christina Parcell on the internet when you checked?
No, sir.
It's because it didn't exist that you could find.
Not that I could find.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, there is, Your Honor, pursuant to your previous ruling, I would like to present some information in the absence of the jury.
All right, that was pretty interesting. So, investor Daniel Bevel. So he became a lead investigator on October 19th, 2021. Did you become a lead investigator? Objection, and we know exactly what that was going to go to. That was going to go to, did you become the lead investigator for Brad Post and all of that? Then he testified about the mailers. Talked about this website. So it's belladonna-digiorno-site.com. If you go to it, I posted in the chat. It says can't be found. Aaron looked up the domain name. Never was registered. It's fake. It's just fake. I wish the state would talk about that. I wish the state would talk about that and say this never existed. I wish they would bring in somebody who could show the jury that this site never existed. It's never been registered. You know, it was all fabricated. Excuse me. Oh, for crying out loud! Yes, I'm not a robot. Ugh. It's never registered before. This has never been registered before. Nobody registered this. It's never been registered before. It never existed. It's fake. So I wish the state would say that. I wish they'd have some computer expert come on and say, this was never registered. It doesn't exist. You can go look it up. It's never existed. So he says, I checked the web address. It wasn't valid. It was redirected to a website that had the same images, but they were not in color. So that's what the state, or now the defense, is saying. They thought he meant the other. He thought it was. He was saying it was. He was referring to the other envelopes, not the other websites. The others contained several of the images, but were in color. He was referring to the envelopes, not the websites. Poor wording on my part. So that's. I mean, I can understand why the defense is going for that. Sure. Cross says, did you ever find any naked photos of Christina on the internet? None that I could find. So that website never existed, was never registered, didn't exist. Hey, Joe Schmo, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Oh, and Joey and Christy Lohman. Okay, what's happening here? Is the defense attorney trying to get the detective to talk about some other website? That probably is the CP website with pictures of kids. Nope, it never existed. That website never existed. No domain has ever been, it's never been registered. And he was talking about the other envelopes, not other websites. Yep. Another website, but meant envelopes. I can see why the defense jumped up on that. I could see why the defense, because you could interpret that as, I checked that website, I got redirected to another website. There were some images, but they were not in black and white. They were in color. I can understand how the defense is like, aha, But if the defense had done some research, they would have found out that it was never registered. The domain name was never registered and never existed. It's just nothing. Big nothing burger. Yep. Not even fries. Yep. Nothing burger. Yeah, Lily Wayne, it was not clear. I agree. And I think I would have, if I was the defense, I would have done the same thing. I would have jumped on that as well. But this is the whole, this is it. This is the defense's whole case is right here, is that Christina was this escort. She was this woman of ill repute. She was assaulting and doing all kinds of things to her daughter and her daughter's friends. And that's why Hughes did what he did. Britt, does Post have a history as a registered offender? I don't believe so. I don't know, but I don't believe so. I actually know nothing about him other than right now. Britt says, is it possible that John and Zachary had something to do with the stuff on Post phones or devices? Well, we talked about that earlier. They are not hackers, and he had over 16,000 images and videos on his phone and on his devices, which were a computer, tablet, not sure exactly what, but over 16,000 images and videos. I don't see Mello and Zach as being hackers to be able to put all that on posts. I just don't see it. Maybe they did, maybe they could, but I don't see it. Right now, I got serious doubt that they could do that. Yeah, Shirley Roth, defense didn't do their homework either. They should have looked that up. They should have looked that up and said, well, wait a minute. Did this actually exist? It's really simple. You just go to like a domain search and you can find it. Joey and Christy, is there a possibility of a hung jury because they're just so darn confused? Maybe. You know what they have to prove, I think for this to work, for the defense, I think they have to prove that Christina was an escort. She was a woman of ill repute. She was doing this to her daughter and her daughter's friends. And unless the defense can prove that, they have no case. That to me is where it's hanging on. OnlyFan, I'm for a hung jury, depending on Zach's testimony. Yeah, I think that's what we can agree upon, Julie Schwartz. That's probably where she yeah. Christina had awful taste in men. That's probably where she went wrong. Post is being held on multiple charges. Probably, let's look him up real quick. Or do we have it? Do I have it in the description? Is it in the description? Yes, Post is being charged with 5 counts of first-degree exploitation. So he's got 5 counts of sex exploitation. So. Nunya Bitness, good to see you. I love saying your name. Nunya Bitness. Wasn't there a computer, tablet, several flash drives found near the victim? I don't recall that. I don't recall that. Maybe? I don't recall that. I'm sorry. I don't recall the flash drives. Let me look up my notes. Flash drive. Yeah, I don't have anything in my notes for that, so I can't say yay or nay on that. So sorry. Nunya Bitness. Mello talks about Post being old enough to be her dad. He's only 4 years older. I know, right? Brooklyn Pasola. No, the co-evidence was found in Post's house, yeah. And on his phone. Trial Junkies United. Objection. Take into account when she hooked up with Mello, she cut off her family. Mello provided the naked pictures for the packages that were sent out. Yep. And as Vanessa said, they were consensual. They did it when they were together. They're both consensual adults. He's taking pictures of her. And then he uses it. Aw. Been lurking, tad under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that, Nunya. I hope you feel better. Glad that you're hanging with us. Hopefully we will make you feel better. If this doesn't make you laugh, nothing will. Irish Amy came across a movie called Winnie the Pooh, Honey and Blood. And there's 2 of them. So go check that out. Only fan the stuff I have to read out. Yes, I pick and choose. And you know what? A lot of times I don't read it before, so I want to be surprised. Shirley Roth says, crate, child. That it is. Yes. Julie says, Nunya Bitness, get comfy and relax. Joey and Christy, they found tons of hard drives with thousands and thousands of pictures in Post cigar locker. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Did not know that. Dream Landry, this is a trial we will not forget. Nunya Bitness says, I watched a few videos by Fit News. I could have been mistaken. That's okay. Yeah, they're doing some really good reporting over there. They have been all over this trial. Nanar, it's not hard to print out papers with the URL at the bottom. Yeah, if that URL existed. URL doesn't exist. We looked it up. We used, you look up domain, look up the domain. It was never registered. Irish Amy, that Dancing on the Edge to not read our comments first. No, that's Dancing on the Edge, yes. Keeps it fresh. Lily Wayne, I agree. When she's not even there, it's a hard one to prove, especially without the essay. Tracy Butchars. She was looking for money from these old men. That seems to be what people are thinking. Yes. Shirley Roth says, Nunya, snuggle up. Snuggle up with our chat. It's a good place to be. Good place to be. Oh, Irish Amy is sending you some healing hugs. Nunya says, Mello stalked her while he was married with children. Yeah, how did they meet? Did we ever... We never found out how they met. Joey and Christy Lohman say posts charges our essay in buggery. Ugh. Yeah, he's going down. He's going down for sure. And I meant you can have any URL. Yeah, even a made up one at the bottom. Sure. Yeah, of course. I want to know who was doing their Photoshops. Who was doing their Photoshop work. Like, who was doing that? Oh, boy. Julie Schwartz. I have been happily married for decades, but I always insisted in past relationships that the boyfriends return all the naked photos they had of me. I'll one-up you. How about never having one taken of you? That's kind of probably the best way to be. Just don't have one taken of you. That way you'll never have revenge corn on you, on your hands. You won't have revenge corn on your hands. Yeah. Nunya Bitness, her dad's cigar bar, both men, is where she met them. Oh, that's right. Her dad's cigar bar. Okay. Yep, follow. Nope, none taken, not ever. Trial Junkies United. Objection! The picture of Christine were that Mello took were consensual. Maybe. We don't know what he had her doing when they were together. It makes you wonder. Things that make you go, Victoria George, when will the trial start? We are actually in the middle of the trial. The defense has called their first witness, a hostile witness. And right now we're at the defense is bringing in something that he wants to put in outside the presence of the jury. So right now we're kind of at a sidebar-ish. Not really. So the defense wants to bring something in, not in front of the jury, so we never see that. The judge just doesn't show that. I don't agree with that. I wish that we would see that. Oh, you know what I can do? I can go to Gigi. I can go to Pretty Lies and Alibis and see what she's saying. because she is tweeting live. Okay. 2 minutes ago, defense goes through what they would have had one witness testify about what was found on post devices, thousands of photos and hundreds of videos of the neglect of aggression of the child by her mother, Christina Parcell and Bradley Post. Oh my God, that is just horrific. State is summarizing the testimony that would have been given from a former guardian ad litem to the child, investigator, owner of a cigar bar who found hard drives and Post locker there. Another would describe Christina in many photos with her daughter. Defense was going to call the owner of a cigar bar who found more child aggression materials after Bradley Post's arrest. Judge won't allow testimony, but the defense is summarizing what he would testify to for the records. So defense said they'd also asked that John Mello made a report suspecting his daughter was being attacked, if you will. The witness saw the photos of this from January 1st January 1st, 2018 to October 19th, 2021. And this was after the deletion. Remember, it happened October 13th. Yet when Mello made the report, the investigator emailed Mello that he was closing the case due to lack of probable cause. So essentially, the defense is saying it was happening, but the investigator didn't have the phone at the time with the images because the deletion hadn't happened yet. So maybe to attack his investigation into the claims. So this is what's going on that we can't see. So apparently they were going to call the owner of a cigar bar. Didn't her dad? I thought her dad owned the cigar bar. Right? Nanar, thinking that my family could potentially see naked photos of it was enough for me not to have any taken. That's funny. Oh, Dwayne, with your hanging tie. Yep, I see, Fala, I see. Not only are things we can't see, but Dwayne's giving us things we can't unsee. Dwayne, what are we going to do with you? What are we going to do with you, Sir Dwayne? Anja, if Mello had all this evidence, why didn't he go to the police and report this information? Bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Yeah, surely her dad owned a cigar bar. So is this the same cigar bar? Is this a different cigar bar? So it's a former guardian ad litem to the child, comma, investigator, comma, owner of a cigar bar. So that's got to be her dad. So her dad found the stuff in Post's locker. He had a locker there. Don't forget that he did say he went there. Post said he went there to the cigar bar. Right? Gosh, this is, again, the layers, the onions are just unbelievable in this case. Met at Christine's father's cigar shop. So that's Post. And these envelopes were sent to that cigar bar. So that's where Post met her at. So he had a locker there. Nunya Bitness. The child stuff was after Post and after Mello stole the child. Joanne says, I think Mello did report certain things to the police, but were discounted. I think I kind of read that too, that he went to DHS, Child Protection, CPS, Child Protection Services. I think he did report it. Just shows to go, yeah, that's where they met. Fala, I need to stop saying cigar. Brat says, what was on post's device is completely irrelevant except to any extent that implicates Christina. Even then, it seems implausible that defending someone who is not present would fly legally. Yeah. Yeah, they're just trying to drag her through the mud right now and say that she was this terrible person. There's all this stuff with her and the child, and that goes to the heart of why Hughes did what he did. I mean, that's his defense. I did it in the defense of this child. So the defense is trying to get in whatever they can get in to have one or two jurors say, wait a minute, I would have done that same thing. If I knew a 9-year-old was having pictures taken and getting, I would do the same thing. That's exactly what they're trying to do here. So, while I definitely agree, Brad, for sure, but right, this is their only chance, right, is to get that in, one way or the other, whether it's like through the corners, nibbling at the corners, or going straight to the heart. Brooklyn Pasola says lockers at cigar bars are temperature controlled, usually to protect the tobacco and cigars. In case anyone is wondering why they have lockers, thank you for that. I was wondering that. Brad Caldwell says the family court attorney said he made several accusations. Oh, he made accusations, all right. He was calling her, the Vanessa, the family lawyer, that she was trafficking children through her office. Brad says Mello claimed the guardian ad litem was doing that with no evidence. However, yeah, that was Vanessa. After that, how can anyone take his accusations at face value? Yeah, I agree with that. Rachel B says, yeah, it was my impression he was just making stuff up. Oh, just shows to go. Yeah, I just read that. Explain why a locker at a cigar bar would be necessary. Stat. Victoria George, if he reported it, there would have been an investigation. Love and Two Limes took a break. Where is the trial? They are. The defense is trying to get in information outside of the presence of the jury, and the judge does not air that, unfortunately. Brooklyn Pasola says, Mello told a reporter the daughter was telling him about sleeping in the nude with Post and the mother at night. He also implied the daughter told him about other stuff. Brooklyn also says you rent a locker every month from the cigar bar if you don't have a proper humidifier at home. Joey and Christine know her dad didn't own the cigar bar. Wait, what? How come Post said he met at Christina's father's cigar shop? All right, now you got me confused. That's what Post said in his testimony under cross. Met at Christina's father's cigar shop. So he didn't own it? How come Post would say that? So is Post lying then? Joey and Christine? Christy? Jeez, I'm so sorry. Joey and Christy? Yeah, none you bitten. As Post testified, he met Christina at her dad's cigar bar. All right. Okay, Joey and Christy. Okay, yes, Christina's dad owned a cigar bar years ago, but it's a different cigar bar than Outman's where Post smoked and left the CP drives in his locker. Okay, gotcha. So that's why the defense is saying they would have brought in this owner. Okay, thank you for that. That definitely clarifies. Okay, got that. Okay, I think we got it now. I think we're Victoria George. Post is Bradley Post. He was engaged to Christina, and he's the one that found her. He found her on on October 13th, and then he also was found while they were investigating this. They found like more than 16,000 videos and photos of children on his phone and hard drive and everything. Flash drives, whatever. So Brad Post, here, let me pull this up real quick. All right, so Brad Post is on the far left. He's the fiancé. John Mello is on the far right. He's the biological dad. Christina's the victim. Zachary Hughes and Mello were friends. And then there's a photo of the two of them. So. Joey and Christy, yes, Mello reported CPS, law enforcement, GAL, and no one helped him. You can see the actual court documents on Blunt Force Media. That's Fit News, right? Aren't they part of that? Oh, no, wait. Blunt Force Media. We ran across them. All right. Anyway, I believe at the time Mello took the child to Italy. He was custodial parent. He kidnapped her. And then the Hague Accord forced him to give the child back. That was according to Vanessa, the family lawyer, that he actually kidnapped her. What a freaking disaster for this poor child, right? I mean, can we all agree on that? This poor kid, she's like, what, 14? She is just, God, what a disaster. None you bitness. Christina didn't hook up with Post until after Mello took the child. I think you're right. And you're probably saying, I know I'm right. They were engaged on and off since 2016. So that's when Post and Christina, when Brad and Christina got together. So. All right, Gina Farley, I have to answer this one. Question for people with tech, photography, and video editing skills. Could any or all of the materials with children and animals be faked or photoshopped? Yeah. Yeah, they could. Yep, it's possible. Trial Junkies United. Objection. Blunt Force Media is the Troy Styles that read family statement at the Brandon Barnes hearing. Yes. Thank you. We watched so much yesterday. We covered like, 5 or 6 trials that are upcoming. And yes, he was, that was Blunt Force. But okay, they're in Kentucky, so that's different. Okay. Yeah, they're different than the Fitz News. I'm seeing Fitz News over here on Gigi's posts. That's why I was checking that out. All right, so let me refresh, make sure Gigi's not saying anything that we are missing. So 12 minutes ago, again, the judge is not allowing Zachary Hughes to bring the child aggression in for his defense and reasoning for the deletion of Christina to protect her from her mother and Bradley Post. Yeah, you just can't do that. You just can't show up at somebody's house and say, and do what he did. Julie Schwartz, when he turned his phone over, he did not realize law enforcement would find the photos. I'm surprised he didn't drive away when he found her body. Well, they would have found him on Ring camera because they had him at 1057 going past a street like 300 feet away. 2 or 3 houses down, they have him on Ring camera, so they'd be like, what happened to you? Joey and Christy, Mello's oldest daughter, in a Reddit chat said the victim was saying she was sleeping naked with her mother in Post. I mean, yeah, with AI, anything's possible. Agreed. Even before AI. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, especially with AI. Brooklyn says, no, Gina, it was created with multiple other minors who have levied lawsuits against Brad and Christina's estate, and it had, in fact, been found to be disseminated among others for profit. Oof. Yeah, in theory it could be faked. However, it's not the case here. Hey, Lena Ray, how you get the name Squeeze? Squeegee of Justice? Because I, well, long story short, when I get out of the shower, I squeegee myself off. And Erin one day, she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm getting all the water off. I'm wiping the water off so I don't get my towel wet because we live in Florida and mold. So then when I was coming up with a handle, I just thought something of justice. So I thought the squeegee of justice. None ya bitness. I think mellow is why Christina lost contact with her family. Yeah, they isolate their victims. That's true. Joey and Christy, the child lives in Italy with Mello right now. You can find him on social media. How are they going to get him back, though? Because he's up for charges of harassment. So they got to get him back. They're going to have to extradite him. He's out on bail, but they're going to have to bring him back at some point. I would think, right? All right, so Shirley asks Brooklyn, whom is suing? And Brooklyn says another minor party. Yeah, I've been seeing that circulate as well. Only fan. So solution is Zach and Mello gets convicted for M. Christina is deleted. Post convicted for C. Sam, done and dusted. That pretty much, yeah. That pretty much sums it up. None you bitness. Mello insisted on Christina getting pregnant? How do you know that? I'd be interested, how did that come out? Where do you hear that? Victoria George, if the defense can't get in what they want to, I think they will change their mind as far as putting him on the stand. Possibly. Lena Ray says, I saw a bicycle vid with witness statement. Father, the towel you use to dry off, you don't want to get wet. Yes. In a way, yes. As odd as that sounds, you're getting a peek inside of me, Fala. Only fan, if vigilante justice is legalized, there'll be a lot of deleted people the day after. That is true. Victoria George, in a court of law, you have to squeeze the truth out of everybody. Yes. I like to keep things clean, right? We keep a clean chat here. Squeegee of Justice keeps a clean chat here at Trial TV Live. OnlyFan, has there been any successful defense in another shoes case, though? Not that I know of. Shirley Roth, how did Mello leave the States? Do not know. Good question. Nan R, damage is done. In opening, he said Hughes did it. Yes, he did. Lena Ray, you could just shake the water off. Be like a dog. It's just easier to, oh, come on. Who doesn't like, do this, Right? Not that weird. Honestly, I'm not. Julie Schwartz, he has dual citizenship, but how do you get out of the States if you've been, he's not convicted, but he's been charged. How do you get out of the States if you're charged? I guess he wasn't a flight risk. I guess they gave him, he made his bond, and are you really allowed just to leave if you're charged? I don't understand that. Even if you have dual or triple citizenship, Therapist, no shower shaming here. Lena Ray, well, squeeze me, you are my fave. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Sometimes it's nice hearing that. Dwayne, just don't wear a tie. That's funny. Got to hang your towel somewhere, right, Dwayne? Joanne says, use his Italian passport. I understand that, but how do you get out of the States if you've been charged? Right? I mean, that's what Donna Adelson right now is. She's trying to get bond, but they're saying she's a flight risk. So I guess he wasn't considered a flight risk. Maybe he said he'll come back. I mean, he's got to come back to face these charges. Victoria George, if your passport is not taken away, then you can still travel anywhere. I guess it's on the honor system. You're going to come back and face your charges. Mel Stiller, if Hughes' own attorney said that he did it, what's the point of this trial? I'm very confused. Because they're going to say that he's innocent because he did it in the defense of a 9-year-old. That's what they're going for. That's what they're going for. Special permission of the court. Just shows to Goya. Julie Schwartz, if he was out on bond, he used his Italian passport. Brooklyn Pasola, he got permission from a judge, notified the court. Okay. Joey and Christy, Mello and Christina's estate is being sued by the friend of the victim who was also essayed by. Yeah, okay, we've been seeing that a lot, and you guys are all talking about it, so. Lena Ray, the vid of lady watching out window of bicycle, man riding by her house. Yeah. Donna Gorman was her name. Donna Gorman. And then, yes, it wasn't with malice. So that's also, yes, thank you, therapist. So they're going to say his defense was he did it without malice, so he didn't have anger in his heart. He did it without malice, and he did it to save a 9-year-old. So that could be enough. That could be enough to plant, all you need is a seed of doubt to get a hung jury. That could be enough for a juror to be like, I would have done the same thing. Right? Brooklyn Pasola, he may have business dealings in Italy he has to tend to, and the court is reluctant to interfere with one's ability to make a living. I think he's got recording studios. I think I've read he's got a recording studio in South Carolina. I'm pretty sure he's got recording studios out there as well. Fala says they are trying to get it in a sense. They are trying to, in a sense, get jury nullification. I can't Google and paste because busy at work. Yeah, Brooklyn Basola. Also, Italy offers dual citizenship for anyone whose parents or grandparents were born there. I notarize documents for people applying all the time. So jury's being sent home. Let me see. Yep, 7 minutes ago. Jury is being sent home for the day. Jury's coming back. Jury's being sent home. All right. Well, we're going to jump over to Monica Cementili then. Just shows to go. Yeah, Malice is 10 feet tall too. That's funny. Brooklyn is a notary public. Yeah, Victoria, I've never heard of this defense either. This is an interesting one. Bite me. Stabbing over 30 times is no malice. It's a great question. No anger in your heart. I hear you. I hear you on that one. Nunya Bitness. Christina and Mello were never married. He was married with children when they met. Ken Rosenberg. Oh, cool. We're talking about law stuff. Yeah, Brooklyn missed Monica long weekend. Yeah, they were off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and yesterday. So we are going to go bounce over to Monica Cementili. We had it set for 6 o'clock, but we'll do a redirect and we'll pick up more. We'll watch. Maybe we'll catch the whole day. Joanne says, keep an eye on Gigi's Twitter for further arguments. Yeah, guys, definitely go follow Pretty Lies and Alibis. Go check her out. Gigi, we reached out to Gigi. She said she's going to come on the show. She's going to be on with us here. No confirmation yet, but she was open to the idea. So, all right, Dreamer Landry, we'll see you later. You have an appointment. Have a good one. All right, Aaron has the redirect set up. So we're going to jump over to Monica Cementili once the dust settles here, because we're waiting for Austin to testify. Victoria George, tomorrow Zach will not take the stand. Aw, bite me. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. Therapist, you know. Jury nullification happens when a jury decides to acquit a defendant, finds them not guilty, even if they believe the person broke the law because they think the law is unfair or the punishment is too harsh, maybe? Oh, there you go. Too harsh. None you bitness. How does one go to such lengths to hide a red room without malice? Victoria George, because defense, so this is, he's not going to take the stand. Because defense couldn't get in what they wanted to get in, I think Zach will not take the stand tomorrow. Possibly. Well, let's wait until the judge, hopefully the judge will come back. Hopefully the judge will come back and say, you know, we're sending you home. So the judge is not allowing Zach to bring the child aggression in for his defense and reasoning for the deletion of Christina to protect her from her mother and Bradley Post. Aw. Well, thank you, Mel. We appreciate you, and we're happy that you are here. Really appreciate that. I like to take screenshots of things like that, so thank you, Mel. Appreciate that. And you know what? I will throw it back at you, Mel, that our chat is what it is because of people like you. So thank you for appreciating it and us, and we appreciate you. So thank you. Just shows to go. How long ago? 10 minutes? 12 minutes now. So remember, they're a half hour behind. So we'll, let's see. Okay. So the jury was just sent home. We have more arguments to hear, so it won't be streamed. The feed will cut off soon because there was no testimony after the investigator. All right, so we'll stay here until, I guess, like quarter after. I'm going to take a quick little break, and then we'll go over to Monica Cementili. Aaron set it up for 3:30 East Coast time. Mel says, I love channels without an attitude, and this channel is precisely one of them. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. And again, we're only, our chat, you guys make the channel what it is, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And you make it what it is. Now, granted, we don't stand for certain things, so we do that, but you guys make it what it is. Victoria George, yeah, we were going to do the Colin one, remembering the victim blaming in the Colin trial, the one that his mother with a knife, and he shot his dad. We wanted to cover that, and then we were all ready to go, and then they did like a pre-trial, and then I think because it wasn't going to start until like the next week, we thought, so we went over to Monica Cementili or something, and so then we did, or Megan Boswell, we just kind of, I still want to cover that trial. I still would like to cover that trial. Trial Junkies United. If he doesn't take the stand, the jury will be upset because the defense promised he was going to talk. That is true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, none you bitness. This is the worst victim blaming trial I've ever seen. It's pretty bad. Yep, Brat agrees with Trial Junkies United. I think the defense strategy just blew up in their face. Oh, wait. Mel says it's important to defend and preserve the channel's dignity. Therapist, you know you're in a pity party mood today? Oh, well, come hang with us. We will accept your party. Come party with us. Yeah, there you go. Just shows Dagoya, says she'll join your party. OnlyFans says he has to take the stand now. What other defense does he have? Well, as the attorney said, we don't have to even put on a defense, which is right, which is true. He's right. But he did promise. He did promise. So but I don't wanna. Shirley Roth, if he takes the stand, can he plead the fifth? Excuse me. Why would he do that? Like, why even bother taking the stand if you're just going to plead the fifth? Right? That just defeats the purpose. That would probably be even more frustrating. You're told during the opening your client's going to take the stand. He takes the stand, then he takes the fifth. Right? I mean, that would be. I mean, anything's possible, but that would just be true. Just shooting yourself in the foot. Like, that would just make no sense whatsoever. Fala, I hate the reply all button. Throws work laptop. You're funny, Fala. Just shows Dagoya you're kicking rocks down the road. Yeah, how many people is a reply all? And do you have to hit reply? Oh, Beethoven's. Oops, wait a minute. Sorry, Gordon. I'll get to yours. Since they admitted that he did the deed, they now need to prove what they promised, or all they've accomplished is to erase all doubt. They've painted themselves in a corner. That is for sure. They have painted themselves into a corner. Gordon, Beethoven's fifth, maybe? Well, we're going to be here. We're going to stay maybe for another minute or two, because it seems like, right? It seems like they're done for the day. They're not even going to stream anymore because we're not even going to see him dismiss the jury. So, and Gigi says, the jury was just sent home. We have more arguments to hear, so it won't be streamed. The feed will cut off soon because there was no testimony after the investigator. So, okay. All right. So I get the message. All right. So let's, Trial Junkies United, objection. They also told them he did it, but he had reason. Yeah. Lily Wayne, I thought if a lawyer knew a witness was going to plead the fifth, the lawyer couldn't put him on. Happened in another case. Yeah, I think I've heard that too. I think. All right, you guys, we're going to end it here. We're going to bounce over to California versus Monica Sementili. And we've only missed 3 hours. We've really only missed the morning, so we might actually be able to get the whole day in. So thank you all for watching. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our fantastic mod squad. We have OnlyFan and Julie, Therapist You Know, Widespread Panic, Brat, Hellcat, Rachel B, Florida PI Sam. Thank you to our chat. Thank you to all the thank you to all the new people that joined us today. We have a lot of new subscribers. Thank you guys. Please join us over California versus Monica Sementili. We're hoping for Austin, Chris Austin. Hopefully he'll testify today. We are in, let's see, we're in day 12 of that trial. Day 12. It's a slog. That trial is definitely a slog. It's not for the faint at heart. But please join us over there. All right, Sherry Segretti, you are ready for Monica. Let's go do it. Put your seats and trays in the upright position. Make sure your hands and feet are well protected. Your seat belts are on. Salty girl, good to see you. Appreciate the information. You are welcome. Jury's been sent home. So according to Gigi, who is in the courtroom, no more testimony. So we're going to take a quick little break, and I will see you guys in like 10 minutes or so. All right. Thank you guys, and we will see you. Let me put my thumbnail on. Thank you, and we will see you guys in about 10 minutes. Okay, bye.